Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to Saturday afternoon on Twitch. And it is round number 3 of the FRL Endurance Season 2, GT3, the 2023 season. We've already been to Kyalami and Monza. Next time out, 24 hours at Watkins Glen. What a calendar that says Spa, Bathurst, Imola, Indianapolis, Silverstone, Suzuka, and Zandvoort all on the calendar. But it is 4 hours of Brands Hatch today, so a short one in the series for the drivers. It is a series of one-off events. That's in the wrong position for some reason. But the events are being tracked, and at the moment, after the opening 2 rounds at Kyalami, it is Mission Spin Now Racing, their esports car number 1, who are atop the pile, not far behind Crazy Fly Racing. And then it's the first of 2 entrants for Eclipse Racing Esports in the top 5. They've got 3rd and 5th, just ahead of Mission Spin Now's second car in 6th position. The GTR Masters, their endurance team, currently sitting in 4th place. And it's Red Kings Racing in lucky number 7. After 2 races, Adwiser Racing find one of their 4 cars in the top 10. It's 8th place for them. Bricks Racing in 9th, and it is the Arrows Factory e-racing team that are currently in 10th, which you guys can now actually see. The drivers are, of course, out on track qualifying. We've even got some teams doing this with a solo driver today, so the whole 4-hour event with one pilot guiding them for the whole time. Quite the undertaking. During today's event, there is no mandatory requirements as far as the pit stop goes. Of course, refueling is allowed. The maximum driver stint time will be 65 minutes. To clear the stint timer, they don't actually have to do anything in the pits. All they have to do is drive through the pits. That will reset the timer. So if we do see any cars coming into pits with about an hour and 40 minutes left, it could well be they're coming with 20 minutes to go. No, sorry, an hour and 40 would be too long. You can get about an hour and 20 on the tyre. So there's about an hour and 20 to go. We could see some cars popping in and then just clear that timer with 20 minutes left on the race clock. We will be employing real weather settings based on the AccuWeather.com readouts for today. It's not quite what I was hoping for. A bit drier, but that's all good. They do, of course, allow the custom liveries. There is live timing data for anyone that's interested on pitwall.live. Of course, the FRL server there to find. You can keep up to date with everything that's happening in the race, as well as here on the broadcast. And there will, of course, be live stewarding. So if you do have any issues, if the teams of drivers do have any issues in the race, you can jump into Discord, pop a ticket in, and the stewards will have a look. Penalties as needed can be handed out during the race. There is the Mission Spin Now racing car. That is the car that is atop of the overall table after 2 days. Well, I say overall table, it's a series of one-off events, but the results, of course, are tracked. And that is the car that is currently topping the pile. Third in qualifying actually is Natazio from Flat Out Sim Racing. Team I know very well actually, and very quick indeed. They're up into 3rd in the Audi. I was getting a couple of names thrown at me before the stream to watch out. The Audi was one of them, living up to that. Oh, there's Henrik Horvath for the GTR Masters team in the top 10. And on the front row of the grid, almost identical time there to Natazio. So early doors, and we're hitting quick times already. The MSR Esports Project Sakai car. Great to see so many Ferraris here, especially doing well. I might be slightly biased towards the Ferraris. You never know. An interesting line being taken there by Jakob. I'm sure that's pronounced Jakob. And I just saw a name I wanted to highlight. There we go. It'll be good to commentate on this man again. most of the FRL watching will be very used to his beautiful Italian voice coming through the microphone. Quite arguably one of the best commentators there is on motorsports. Never mind just ACC. He will be gracing the track with his racing prowess. Tactically, one of the most astute minds I've ever come across in sim racing. And yeah, for someone his age, phenomenal things certainly lie ahead. We have a nice big field, 42 cars taking part around a track which is 2.4 miles long. Excuse me. It is Brands Hatch, an amazing track to be sat in the commentary box. Personally, not one I would be overly enthusiastic about driving. This one does highlight the issues I have when I am behind the wheel. We're on board with Jakob then. He's just coming into what I unaffectionately call the triple right-handers from hell. He's going to come along Derek Minter. No, sorry, this is that's Dingledale he's just gone through. This is Sheen's, he's almost at the end of the lap. This is Stirling's. A lot of camber involved. Very much the British Laguna Seca. A bit of tyre warming by Jakob as he comes towards the last corner. And now that he's down Clark's Curve, there's the pit entrance on the way, and there's the chicane on the way into the pit, just to make sure you have slowed down. Turn number 1, so easy to breathe a sigh of relief when you set a good time and then make a mistake into turn number 1. The way the car pulls right there, that dent in the tarmac, the dip in the tarmac, certainly makes it a hang on and hope type corner. Down Pilgrim's Isle, that was Drew, sorry, down towards Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight. Another one of the corners I fear. This one here, Surtees. I have no idea how to take this corner. Jakob and the gang definitely do. In the 1.22.8s already. And then it is Pilgrim's Drop. Gentle right-hander. Down the hill he goes as he makes way for a car on a flying lap. And into Hawthorne's Bend and then onto Derek Minter Straight, just where we joined them on the previous lap. Then it is into Westfield and along Dingledale itself. Such a fun corner. One of the few corners I do actually enjoy here. And back into Stirling's. There's Jakob completed a lap for us. We've got times in from quite a few cars at the moment. Just the Wesset Racing team to set a time. We've got Orcapos Racing as well. Car number 1 still in the pit. Still plenty of time though. And BEGO Racing Division are in there as well. But so far 39 cars setting times. Some phenomenal liveries. A Scotland flag and Sonic the Hedgehog. Mr. Cameron, you can expect your car to get plenty of time. The FRA, I'm not sure if that's a graphical glitch. I'm assuming it is because that was there during the warm-up. And I've no idea why you would continue with 18 minutes of qualifying left with that much damage. So yeah, we can assume that that is a graphical glitch. There is the other Mission Spin Now eSports car. Simply Racing 2 out there. And there's Mohammed Bintan for the Y-Lab e-racing team. Alan Brown, no alien here. We will see if he pops that in the top 10. I'm calling fake name. Arrows Factory, top 10 after 2 races. And there is Robbie Robstra. I believe this is the car that James Williams will be driving here as well. Williamson, sorry. There is the Floppy Fox. There is the Iron Brew livery I was looking for. Michael Firth out on track as well. Manuel Novak for the Adwiser Racing team. Let's see, they've got 3 or 4 cars in this. There's David Villascusa for the tyre team. And Lamboleo Raccoons Red. Another phenomenal livery there. Possibly one of the meanest looking cars I've ever seen. Very much an upside down Batman symbol there across the lights, which is, cleverly done. Fabian Carner is out for the other Advisor team. Other Advisor car, and in the Italian job car, Cavatera, leading the way in qualifying at the moment. There's the Italian job's second car. Astro Racing team out in the Porsche. And it is Wysoki Bostock for Sim Play Racing. Coop has just jumped up qualifying as well, actually, for Wesset. Good to see. 70. Oh, so his livery's jet black. Everything should. I could resync that between quality and race just to make sure. Dan Davies. So there's Alex Zagdal for Eclipse Racing Esports. Teammate of Christian Romano that I mentioned earlier. Dan Davis, I mentioned him. Chris Snyder for Project DK. Mission spin now, 15th. There we go. Alex Kingston in the Gulf Iron Brew Racing team. Love to see that play on the old Gulf livery. Smack on a bit of Iron Brew. Bit partial to that myself. I know you may find that difficult to believe, but big fan of that stuff. Ike Zerman. Excuse me. Out in 13th at the moment, and there's Marco Keddy. Another Eclipse Racing. The information I have, I believe it was in fact this car that won the original Series 1 of the endurance races. 12th at the moment, FDSR, Aaron Foster, Project Reborn. Senatore, going to need, there's Marcus Schaber out for Mission Spin now then in the Ferrari 8th. Natazio's now in 7th. Christian Romano up in 6th. That Mercedes has definitely got a graphical glitch. I'm not sure what's going on there, unless that's... Am I looking at that wrong and that's just a really clever paint job that makes it look like the bonnet's sticking up? See if I am indeed making a fool of myself, because I have been caught out with these things. No, that definitely looks like the bonnet is raised. There we go. At the moment, flat out sim racing in the Audi. Top of the board, 122.5. Strelnikov for the Crazy Fly Racing team, second after 2 of these events. And on the front row of the grid by less than a tenth, and Jakob Schaber, who we saw atop the pile not so long ago, now finds himself 2.5 tenths off pole position, but almost 2 tenths ahead of Henrik Horvath for the GPR Masters. 16 cars within a second of pole position, and we've got green deltas right through the field. So we're going to see a lot of changes. Of course, the track itself, Brands Hatch, as I mentioned, it's only 2.4 miles long. When it originally came into existence, it was bang on a mile long. How's that for keeping everything spot on? It was, as I say, a mile long. It was a cycle track. You used to cycle this thing backwards. I know I mention that every time I commentate at Brands Hatch, but it still blows my mind. Could you imagine cycling up that hill there after 20 minutes of racing on a push bike? Goodness gracious me. Track, of course, didn't look much like it does now. The original kidney was added to in 1954, and then in 1960 an extra 1.4 miles was added to the track with the introduction of Pilgrim's Drop, Hawthorne, all the way right round to Stirling and Clearways. The final iteration of the track that we are racing on today came into existence in 2003 and has remained unchanged ever since. A stunning track, as I say, one of the tracks that I much prefer commentating on than driving. Triple right-handers from hell, just saying. Very, very, very difficult course to get right. Very easy course to get very, very wrong. And we'll see how the drivers get on today. I'm just going to very quickly. There we go. And I can hear myself. Let's not do that. Oh, the chat. Right, I can't see the chat. Of course. Hello, everyone in the chat. How are you all doing? My apologies for not engaging with you sooner. For some reason, the chat wasn't coming up on my end, but it is now. So who can I see in the chat? I can see Yorkshire Micker. What championship is this? How could someone join? Formula Racing is straight in there with the pitwall link. There is the Sim Grid link as well. I've got King Phoenix saying comms sounds familiar. Hi. Hi, Phoenix. How you doing? And Smiley, hello, Raven. Welcome to the PC side. Enjoy the 4 hours. Thank you very much. And Alan Brown, a.k.a. Fresh Brizzle. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. So if there is anyone else in the chat, hello, apologies if I missed your message. Slight technical oversight on my part has undone me there, but I can fix that. I can see it now. So hello to you all. I'm just going to make some changes so it's easier for me to see that. How you doing, bud? Hello, old man. I'm good. I'm old. Things creak and crack, and that's what happens when you get to the ripe old age. Stop that sentence there. Good to see you in the chat, bud. How are you getting on? Are you racing today? Check that in. That's right, so that's me on. And what I'm going to do as well, actually, I'm just going to very quickly, if anybody else is watching and you're enjoying it, yeah, feel free to share the stream. I'm about to do that as well. Just bang that onto the social medias. And voila. Excellent. Right, that's that done. And that is that done. So there we go. I'm in the 69. Of course you are. Oh yeah, there's Alan there. Yeah, Alan is in the pits. And there we go. There we go. In the Ferrari. It's beautiful to see so many Ferraris. I'm only slightly biased towards that car. A little bit. So expect to see plenty of camera time for them. Look at this up at the top though. This is getting nice and close. Schaber now down into 4th position. Crazy Fly in 3rd as Racing Point pop themselves onto the front row of the grid with 100th of a second separating them from the flat-out sim racing team. It's going to be Nachira that is going to take a few laps with 8 minutes left to go, so we have very rapidly approached the business end of qualifying. A mere 8 minutes left to go, which is actually effectively a lot of time. I mean, if this was Spa, obviously, completely different story, with Spa being almost double the length of a lap here at Brands Hatch. And let's just have a look and see. If I was racing, I would be 26th. That's not bad for me. That is not bad. Yeah, my best time right here, 124.9. Hard to set under arduous conditions. Oh no, that's a 124.1. I'm talking utter nonsense. 1 minute 24.9 would in fact put me 36th. So there we go. Which again, is still a good run for me. 25th. Who am I kidding? Never getting any place near that in your life, kid. Let's just do that, and that. We'll have a quick jump around for the next couple of minutes, get a look at playing the team. There's Romano up in 8th, actually. Horvath goes 4th. He's popped that one up to 4th, and I tell you, actually, Dominic Ingle is he just... Oh, the Gulf Iron Brew Racing team. There's cars left and right. Oh, he didn't manage to carry that home. I'm not sure where he invalidated that, but he was carrying some good time. Alex Zachtal as well, down in 21st position with a 1 minute 23.7. Electrifying pace throughout the field at the minute. Tell you what, I can get rid of that. And that. Absolutely cannot beat. That's definite bonus points for Iron Brew Livery, by the way. Definite bonus points. That is, yeah, genius. I've always said that back in the day, that I felt like Gulf were definite Iron Brew fans. It's much like Rainbow. For anybody that didn't know, the reason Zippy was the colour he did is because the puppeteer is a Dundee United fan, the team I support. Zippy was originally going to be blue. And the Dundee United fan puppeteer said, nope, nope, nope. Our arch rivals, Dundee, are in blue. So you need to change Zippy to orange. So there you go. Zippy on Rainbow was orange because of the football team that's 100 yards from my front door. Exactly. Type wonderful information that's brought to you today. Don't worry, we'll keep you going for the 4 hours. All the 42 teams, of course, have set times. It is the Italian job bringing up the rear at the moment. Scott Cameron, the Scottish Sonic Mobile, currently in 41st place, while at E-Racing in 40th. Duffin and Broth. That Mercedes... Yeah, I'm not sure why that still looks like it's got damage on it. I think I might have to... back out after qualifying just to make sure we're getting the correct information. There is Sagetti for the Sagetti Corsa team. Just coming into Surtees, and he is teasing a very good time at the moment. He's got about half a second in his pocket. That would put him firmly in contention for a top 5 spot. Has lost a bit going down Pilgrim's Drop though. Not a massive surprise given how difficult a corner Surtees is. We've got Castera carrying some good time as well. We'll have a look and see how the Ferrari gets on. Into Stirling. Oh, there's a car just off. Does avoid that beautifully. Down Clark's curve. Oh, that's a whole lot of time. Well, is that this? If that timing delta is correct, it surely can't. No, right, okay, that was an outlap. My apologies for getting excited. I said he was 1.3 seconds up there. I was about to say that's slightly beyond the world class time he's about to set. 3 minutes to go, and it is still the Chira that is leading the way. Senatore just behind him, 100th of a second. Strelnikov within half a tenth almost. Insanely close up at the top. 18 cars with Bellotti for the Astro Racing team. In 18th, 1 second. Separating him from pole. Keddy, as I mentioned, his car won Series 1. He's up into 7th place. So it really is getting close up at the top. We've got Project Reborn. Donadea is at the wheel of the Aston at the moment. He's carrying some good time. Fernandez is in the pits. Zachtal in the pits from 21st. So a lot further down the order than I thought that particular car would be. But yeah, 21st and in the pits. He is going to struggle to get a time in now. Given, even with the length of the track, 2 minutes to go, by the time he gets round and crosses the line, he's certainly going to be cutting it close. It does look like he's done. A lot of the cars down the order seem to be Bigiani, Gibbons, Novak, Wilk, Robster, Broth all done. Bingtan Cameron in the pits as well. Wazaki Bostock and Ran. Villa Scusa are all in the pits. Jerry Ramadan, and Carner in the pits. Gasolini in 20th coming into the pits as well for the Orcapos racing team. He's going to try and get back out. He's going to be cutting it very close. But as long as he gets to the start-finish line before the timer hits 0, he will get to finish a lap. So pressed for time, but he is going to give it another go. Adam Foster, a lot of traffic ahead of him at the minute. A lot of flashing lights going on. There's the second Lambo in the background. Oh no, that's the Aston with the same paint job as the Lambo. Foster, 5/10 up at the minute, but he does have a car directly in front of him. Very busy. Ooh, the Porsche's gone, the McLaren's gone, Foster's done. He was looking at a top 10 position there. Speaking of top 10, Racing Point, Senator through Surtees. He is green through Sector 1. Just goes past the Gulf Iron Brew car. Down Pilgrim's Drop. Oh, he's lost that bit of time that he had. Oh wow, Shaber has gone top. I did not see that looking down the order with an identical time to Mattia Nacera, a flat-out sim racing. They've both done 1 minute 22.555. And a quarter of a tenth of a second back is the Racing Point car of Senator. Again, if he can cross the line, he's got time. He's going to get another lap. He was almost up on that lap time there. And he is going to get another one. He is down on this lap, but he is going to get another run. Does he get the turn one that he needs? There is. This is the closing stages then. The top two are in the pits with identical times. Strelnikov within a tenth. And Senator for Racing Point within a tenth as well. Incredibly close up at the top of the field. 18 cars still within a second. We've got Davis, Gasolina, and Eck 1.1. How is Senator getting on? Currently slightly down on his time. There are deltas going off all up and down at the pit board. So we'll see if there is any big changes. Romano is stationary, so I don't know why that says he's up on his time. It's all about Senator. Oh, and he's green. He is green halfway through the lap. This is a potential pole position time as he comes into Stirling along clear ways. Oh, and that's 2 tyres on the dirt and he's lost momentum. That could be the difference between pole position and third place, and I think it is. He was definitely green on the delta until that exit from Stirling's. He's going to cross the start-finish line. Is there any improvement? He's going to start third place. He does improve ever so slightly. But look at those times. Less than a tenth separating the top 4 drivers. Unbelievable, Jeff. I think we all know where that one comes from. But a quick look. Oops. Okay. Yeah, let's get a quick look at the timetable. Bear with me 2 seconds while I just check something. There is the top 24. There we go. Sorry, just have to check something in the background. But there is the top 24. As I say, we do have... Oh, it is working. And there is the 42 cars we'll have starting the race. Brands Hatch, 2.5 miles. We've got Cristiano in the chat as well. Kane, how are we doing? It's time to hold your breath. Yes, it is. Definitely need to do breathing exercises before some of these races. That is for sure. The drivers have got a minute left to go. Another quick look at the calendar. As I say, we've seen Kyalami and Monza both being traversed by the drivers. Mission spin now after the first two events atop of the table. It's Brands Hatch we're here for today then. 24 hours of Watkins Glen. We've got Spa, then Bathurst, Imola, Indianapolis, Silverstone, Suzuka, and one of my personal favourites, Zandvoort, to finish off the calendar. The two highlights here, of course, would be the 24 hours at Watkins and Suzuka. Phenomenal courses for racing, especially endurance races, so it'll be an absolute treat to see those. We've got 46 seconds until the drivers start their formation laps. Then it will be a 4-hour race. As I mentioned, no mandatory requirements, no mandatory pit stops. The only requirement, really, the 65-minute stint timer for the drivers. They can't stay out on track for any more than 65 minutes. They must come into the pits. They don't actually have to do anything in the pits. But given the capabilities of these cars, they can usually run for about an hour and 15, maybe an hour and 20 minutes tops on fuel and tyres. So we are likely to see adjustments made on each of the pit stops. If you do want to keep up with all the actions in the pit stops, as I will be trying to do for sure. It's going to be fun. You can, of course, jump on to Pitbull Live, which was difficult for me to vocalise, despite the fact I'm looking directly at the app. Let's look directly at the drivers starting their warm-up laps. There we go, that's there. Can you lower the in-game voice so I can hear your voice clearer? In-game, of course. Let me just see. Boom. Let me know if that's any better. In fact, I'll tell you what, if I jump on to helmet cam, let's use a bit the loudest. 1, 2, 3, 4. How's that for you? Gazurina. Oh, he's out on track as well, actually. Excellent. Cheers for jumping in. How do you fancy your chances in the race? Some really, really, really close times being set. And in fact, I do have the microphone turned up a bit. I do have to have the microphone turned down ever so slightly because much like one of FRL's mainstay commentators, Cristiano Romano, I have been known to get a little bit excited and perhaps a touch loud. So we'll see how we get on. That is Surtees. Beautiful Lambo sitting there. Love the way they've used the Batman logo. That's not moving again. Having some fun issues with my mouse today. I do apologise. But it will keep running. Okay. They are coming along clear ways. So formation lap almost done. The car's still back at the other half of Stirling's. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay now as we get ready to start. 4 hours. Brands Hatch round 3 endurance series number 2 here at FRL. And this one promises to be an absolute classic. 3 Ferraris in the top 6. Audi, Aston Martin. McLaren's best position in 15th. And here we go into turn 1. And it's green lights, foot down, fly when at turn 1. Look at the Audi right round the outside. Senatore having a look up the inside as well. Crazy Fly racing. Come right round the outside. The Ferrari almost boxed himself out. And the Audi has taken the lead of the race. Oh, we've got a car down in the mid-pack up in the turn number 1. Oh, and the Ferrari's been taken out. That's Jakob Schapper's car. That's been taken out as well. 3 wide as they head down towards Graham Hill Bend. There's still 3 wide in the background. The Iron Brew car looks like main position as well. Oh, and there's a bit of contact between the 2 Ferraris. He's been straightened up. There's been a concertina effect further down the field. So much action. The Sagetti and the Corsa Ferrari makes his way through 3 wide into Surtees. It's the Iron Brew car that's run wide. He's come back on. There's now multiple 3 wides. You can see the ERS car in the background. Making his way through as well. So much going on in Rome. This Jakob Schaber then, one-time race leader, and now down in 37th position. Oh, and that's another car coming close in the background. Oh, it's 2 wide. One to the triple right-handers. That is the ERS FRL, Ferrari. With the FRL McLaren just behind. They've got an ERS car just in front. There's Christian Romano's down in the 14th position then after that start. Let's jump back on board and watch it. Oh, and you can see Romano, he made his way through. The ERS car, the FRL car, a coupe, got caught up in a bit of the action as well. So did the BMW. One of the FRL Ferraris did make it through nice and clean. Ramadan, unfortunately, didn't. I believe he was the car that went off in turn number 1. Broff in the Mercedes lost it on to the Cooper straight with a concertina effect that happened in front of him. And yeah, I've never seen Pitwall Live so active in my entire commentary history. I cannot process all of that data, so let's just go through what we do know. And it is that Nishida is leading the way with Stelnikov in second, Horvath in third, Senator now in fourth place, Keddy up in the fifth, it's Natazio in sixth, Fernandez in seventh, Aleman in eighth place, Donadue's in ninth, and Sagetti in that Ferrari in 10th position. And that is still as it goes. But ridiculously close here as we can see Zerman. No, we can't. Where's he dropped off? There he is there. He's hunting down Christian Romano, the FRL. Oh, and that is Engel. Oh, and he's run wide, and Christian Romano's going to go beautifully up the inside. He's going to have the outside line into the final corner, gets the car in front, and Zerman is potentially going to look for the inside line into turn number 1. He's beautifully positioned there to get that position as well. Romano making his way back through the field after that early incident. So too Bellotti then for the Astro Racing team. I thought that was the Crazy Fly car for a second. Their liveries very similar. Chasing them down in... Ooh, and that is clumsy. And that's caused another huge concertina effect as the ERS McLaren getting caught up in the background as well. Gasoline. Oh, and that's a touch on rejoin from the Mission Spin Now car. So the number 46 there getting battered from pillar to post and tumbling down the order. Oh, and there's another car down. That's Gasolina for the Orcapos racing team, Surtees. It's all happening in sector number 1. And they are 3 wide down Pilgrim's Drop. And this one does not end well unless someone backs out. Oh, and ahead we've got Christian Romano. He's managed to get the overtake done through the right-hander. Crazy lap 1. I mean, they're all on cold tyres. Yes, as you say, it's you cannot win a race in turn 1, but you can certainly lose it. And the drivers up at the front are losing touch with the drivers behind them. Henrik Horvath doing a lot of defending from Senator up in second, up in third and fourth. Horvath currently the fastest driver on track. But it is Nachira that is leading the way with Strelnikov very close in behind. You can see how much pressure he is applying then. Very, very, very close to those rear exhaust tips down Into Graham Hill Bend, even I breathed in for that one. Onto the Cooper Straight. We've seen a couple of mistakes here so far, not from these two though. And there's Horvath. You can see just how close Senator is because you can't actually see Senator for the BMW in front over the crest that is the top of Surtees. And down Pilgrim's Drop they go once again. And you can see the Crazy Fly car not quite using all of the slipstream, but certainly keeping himself close enough. Doesn't want to get caught in the dirty air, but also doesn't want to scrub too much tyres being stuck in the slipstream for overly long. Dominic Ingle, who we saw involved in a couple of contacts then, now finds himself in 18th position. But as you can see, multiple overtakes available as Eck, Davis, Bellotti and Romano just in front of him. All four cars. Whoa, the McLaren taking a nice tight line on the inside there through Westfield. Oh, and even I'm holding my breath in. Into Stirling's, it's Romano leading this little group. And further down the field as well, we have Costa, who again chasing down Petschke in front of him for the Mission Spin Now car. Down at the back with Jaja for the BEGO Racing Division. Scott Cameron up a position then. Wilk for the Raccoons Red Lambo team. He's very close to another one of the Adweiser cars. So that's the two Adweiser cars that are down there. Burgio, in fact, Gibbons, Barry Gibbons in turn number 1 for Sector Blitz Racing all over the back of Bintang. And in fact, he has got the overtake done on Bintang over the start-finish line. He has the Porsche looking to come back and attack. That's Broth that's in the background again. Don't understand why the bonnet of his car looks like it's hanging off. I'm assuming it's some kind of weird graphical glitch. But he's looked like that in qualifying, so the car should be in perfect working order. Unless they have had an identical incident since the start of the race, but that would be, yeah, statistically almost impossible. Senator has got an overtake done. Let's see if we can catch that one. So there he is. He's in 4th position then behind Horvath. You can see the battle going on just ahead. Horvath under all kinds of pressure while trying to apply the pressure to the top two. So the top 4 close back up after me saying the top. Oh, and having a look around the outside into Surtees then. They're going side by side. The Aston Martin and the Crazy Fly team trying to get that done. Horvath, oh, almost gets the contact. Oh, and he lost control of the car. Oh, and there's a blue flag situation as well. And he's just entered right inside. So, not sure. No, that wasn't a blue flag. That was... Yes, Senator coming through there. I'm not sure how he managed to merge inside. That should have been contact between the two, but it was Senator making his way through as Horvath had to take evasive action from Strelnikov's attempted overtake. So it is definitely all still very changeable up at the front. It is still Nachira leading the way. Christian Romano in 14th position. Oh, Villasqueca dropping down the order as well. Oh, and that's a concertina effect again. Oh, and tell you what, the Aston almost made it through and took a little tip on the rear end. He's had to hold his brakes to let them through. So Villasqueca down the order as well. Matthew Duffin is out on track at the moment. Roberto Costa, there's Robstra. On Ran. There's Schaber there, 26. Oh, more contact there into Surtees. On Omran and Schaber there, I believe it was. Schaber back up to 26th position. So, yeah, Brands Hatch certainly proven just how tight and twisty it is. 4 hours of racing to go. There's Benjamin Eck for Eclipse Racing, now down in 17th after getting caught up in a couple of incidents himself. We've got Wilson Fernandez for the Bricks Racing team. We saw him take a Ferrari in the rear quarter and then get straightened up again along Cooper Straight, but he dropped 5 positions as well. He's just made one back against Foster in the McLaren. Alaman for the Mission Spin Now Racing team, looking very quick behind Natazio, who's now down in 6th position for the Flat Out Sim Racing team. With his teammate Matteo Nachira still leading the way. This top 4 then getting a nice breakaway ahead of Marco Keddy for the ERS team. Fifth position at the moment. Aleman still within 3/10 there, and Foster still very much looking to apply the pressure ahead. Really are throwing it over those inside curbs, and it's Dunham on the exit. Absolutely not what he needed. He's going to have no momentum on the way into Stirling's and very little on the way out, as we can see Zerman behind him, looking to make this a nice move up the inside, potentially in the last corner. Or is he eyeing it up from the first? Going to have to be very careful. That is one Christian Romano lurking in the background. And we could see a similar position to what we saw up at the front of the field. Zerman goes for the overtake, and Romano ends up with the position. One runs a bit wider. Romano thinking about a move up the inside, keeping that racing line, applying that pressure. Foster using all the width on exit. Not quite as much used by Zerman then, down towards Graham Hill and onto the Cooper Straight. This exit all important. You really do need to use that outside Kerbin and AstroTurf, but it can be so unpredictable. 1 millimetre too wide, and the car will rotate at least 180 degrees. And leave you facing very much the wrong way. Up at the front, still ridiculously close between the top four. Less than a second and a half separating these four, with Horvath currently sitting in fourth position. After what we saw, you don't imagine Senator will be too keen to try and overtake too quickly, given that he got the position after Strelnikov tried to make the move. Strelnikov definitely still looking very racy. It's Senator with the fastest opening lap of the race so far. Natazio all over the back of Aleman then, the Flyhouse Sim Racing team looking to get two cars into the top six. Zerman, Romano and Foster still having themselves a little battle as they come towards the end of the lap. So to Williamson of the David variety. He's in the Raccoons Racing blue car. Oh, this is a good run he's got out with Clark's corner. And that is a very nice overtake on the Porsche, although I believe that was blue flags. It was indeed, because he is chasing down the Aston ahead. So yeah, a couple of drivers that have been in and taken pit stops for damage so far. Yep, 3 of them in fact. Although that's not giving me. Wazira Kamer and Villascusa all been into pit so far. Don't know why that's giving me that information. But Strelnikov, again, look how close he gets on the exit to Stirling's. He is really hunting down this first position. He doesn't fancy waiting until the pit stops. It's opening 13 minutes done and dusted. I imagine the stewards have been ever so slightly busy. A couple of overly ambitious overtakes on lap number 1. I've seen a couple of the main contenders drop down the field, of course, namely Jakob Schaber for the MSR Esports. Started in pole position with an identical time to 1 minute 22.555. But after a turn 2 incident, he's seen himself drop down the order. He's back up to 24th position. He's just closing in on this battle. I just highlighted between Williamson trying to go around. This is an overtake for position this time against the is a mission spin now car. I keep getting them in the Advisor car. There is the Advisor car. Slightly confused. They don't look that similar, so I don't know why I am. But Williamson, he'll certainly be hurried along by the fact he's got Schaber behind him. Schaber got quite the field to get through then, because there's still a lot of battles, of course, going on. We're going to see blue flag traffic pretty much from now till the end of the race, given that 3 cars have pitted and given the 3-second time differential between pole position and last place in qualifying. That deficit will very quickly be turned round. Fernandez looking to improve his position. He wants inside that top 10, and it's Sagetti who had a great start. And he's run wide through Stirling's. Big miss of the brakes there from Sagetti. Coming under pressure into Stirling's. And he just has a bit of a wiggle on that apex. Finds himself running off. And that is Fernandez then straight into the top 10. And Marcus Schaber, I wonder if they're any relation. In the Mission Spin Now car. In that 9th place, Williamson will be looking to close him down. Up at the front though, How can we take our eyes? I'm trying to get as many cars involved as we can, but how can we take our eyes off the battle for first, second, and third place? All three podium positions are up for grabs at the moment between this lot. It's Nichira, Stelnikov, Senator, and Horvath. Still separated by less than a second and a half up at the front of the field. Keddy still 1.1 seconds down. So not losing touch at the rate he was 3 laps ago. He certainly stopped the rot on that one. Oh, Romano, Zerman and Foster unbelievably close as well. Dare we take our eyes off of this battle? We'll have a quick look and see. Ooh, and I tell you, that is someone using a lot of the track. That's a lot of clouds of dust being kicked up at the moment. Romano is closing in there. Horvath, seems to have dropped off ever so slightly into turn number 1. Oh, big look from Senator there. The Ferrari absolutely on that apex. Good use of the exit as well, but Stelnikov manages to keep that second position. Oh, the Ferrari. So close then. And it does look like Stelnikov's going to avert his gaze from first position and start keeping an eye on that rear view mirror. Defend mode engaged rather than the full offense that he has been applying. Or, yeah, offense potentially the best form of defense. Is now the time for Stelnikov to really push for that overtake to get himself separated from Senator. Does he let Senator through and potentially follow him through? Horvath getting a good exit from Surtees. Down Pilgrim's Drop. He's got back to within 4/10. That was at one point. Oh, and the crazy fly car's run off. He's going to have a very little momentum. Oh, he's managed to maintain it then. The gap to first spreading out a bit. You can visibly see he's further back than he was a few corners ago, but he has managed to fend off any advances by Senator there despite that slight off-track excursion. And here comes Horvath on a chat. And there's Keddy right in the background as well. Keddy back to within a second. It's now a 5-way battle for the top 3 spots. And effectively a 3-way battle for third place. Senator brings Horvath and Keddy into turn number 1 with him. Again, there's still plenty overtaking and action going on down the rest of the field. Romano still pressing. Coop trying to get himself past Schaber or potentially follow Schaber, who's now in 21st place. So he's actually made 5 overtakes since last we checked in on him. We do have Robstra, another FRL driver, in 27th. He's got Bias, Waseki, Bostock, and Jeffrida right next to him. There's Kiss coming in to the pits. Now that could be to shake up the pit stops. As I was saying, if he drives through, that will clear his timer. And he could potentially then do an hour. Is he going to drive? He has driven right through. So that is purely to clear his stint timer. So that's all about the tactics there for the Project DK car. So yeah, so they're getting that one done early doors. It's going to bring them back out inside the top 35. Couple of cars wobbling just behind. Back up the front. Look at this then. Oh, and Horvath. What's happened to Stelnikov? So here we go. Stelnikov still in second position as we come. That is, I believe that was Surtees. No, it wasn't. It's on the Cooper Straight. This is Surtees. Yes, it is. So on the Surtees. He's still got that second position. You can see Keddy lurking in the background. We did see the Crazy Fly car have a little off-track excursion half a lap ago. Okay, so they've come up to the Scotland Sonic car. Blue flags. He's let everyone through. Oh, and he's just gone too far on the inside. All 4 wheels on the inside of that curb, and the Ferrari managed to beautifully avoid that. And I tell you, Henrik Horvath so close to grabbing that position as well. But the Crazy Fly car realises he's got momentum, pulls back on to the racing line. Wow. So there we go then. The Crazy Fly car now down in third place, and the Cheetah with the biggest gap that he's had so far this race. A full second back to the chasing pack, and the chasing pack now being led by Senator. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, and he's certainly got the bit between his teeth now that he's been gifted that second position. So both of Senator's overtakes have been gifted to him, really, by Strelnikov. Strelnikov trying to overtake for first, let Senator up into third ahead of Horvath, and Strelnikov making that... Did he make a mistake? He just slightly too far on the inside of the curb, and all four wheels on the inside. Minuscule loss of traction, and that caused the car to behave in an undesirable manner. As we can see Keddy in the background, they said he'd stopped the rot and keeping the pace. He's done more than stop the rot. He's really, again, another driver has got the bit between his teeth with 21 minutes gone. And he's closed right up on two: Horvath, Strelnikov, Senator, and Nachira. Nachira extending that gap still then, 1.3 seconds. So he's found another 2/10 on the chasing field. Donadau trying to get past Natazio while fending off Schaber. Marcus Schaber, that is. Jakob Schaber, he's up to 19th position. We should probably just be watching his entire race if we're fair. He's made up... That is quite the exit from Surtees there. It's a brave driver that gets out that wide. He's starting on pole position, so definitely has the fortitude to do so. Robbie Rostrat for... Duffin. Costa dropping down the order there. Duffin just making that overtake stick in the Bentley. And further down the field as well, Petch. Look at how close this lot are. Unbelievable stuff there. 34th, 35th, 33rd. So Petch has been overtaken then. Oh no, sorry. Petch doing the overtaking, as we can see. 3 wide down into Westfield off Pilgrim's Drop. Up the inside. Petch still fending these off. Oh, and the Aston Martin's on the right. Oh, and he's almost killed himself on the rejoin. So Gibbons and Burgio making their way through as Bintang sticks it onto the gravel. Alan Brown coming into the pits to take his team's first pit stop. 22 minutes into the race. So that'll make their stint count a bit more interesting for the race engineers. Romano now up to 12th position. Wow, changes right through the field. Every time you look down in one part of the field, there's overtakes in another part. Donadau still trying to get his way past Natazio, the flat-out sim racing car, in 7th position and defending for all he can. And defending for all he can at the moment it is Senator. As you can see, the 3 cars now chasing him. The gap up in front, 1.3, so exactly the same as last we saw it. So Nachira's lead not stretching out any further since the overtaking action then. But these 5 drivers absolutely in the hunt for the race win. Oh, as we can see, an uncharacteristic mistake there. Certainly not one we've seen in the opening 16 laps. That potentially lets Strelnikov back in the door, and that is definitely going to let Nachira stretch down. No, 1.3 still. So Nachira and Senator lapping equilibriously at the moment. Keddy charging still. He is definitely hanging in that slipstream. Marcus Schaber on Donadau then. Donadau was looking to get past Natazio. They've now been separated. But Marcus Schaber looking to improve his position. Christian Romano is getting so close to Foster, just ahead of him. Can't quite find the way past it. He's going to have to, though, because he's got FRL. Ike Zerman not too far behind either. He's really closing in there. Bellotti is looking for overtakes as well. The Astro Racing team that I thought was Crazy Fly. Similar liveries. He's got Ingal ahead of him. Ingal steadied the ship since he took a couple of contacts early doors. Williamson down in 22nd, still trying to find his way past Adam Coop to get up to 21st position. And Kiss, who we saw take that strategic pit stop, as I say, back out comfortably inside the top 35. He's in 31st. In fact, so only 2 positions down on where he came in, on where he was when he came into the pits. So that has worked out really well for them. Showing some good pace since they have come back out. Let's see what's happened up at the front since we've checked, just making sure everyone's still in the same order. Still second through to fifth, separated by 1.2 seconds, although Senator just losing touch ever so slightly then. 4/10 the cheer is found on that last lap and a half. And the gap was maintained at 1.7 then. So Nachira, I did think that Senator had made a bit of a mistake in turn number 2. So that could well be what's caused that. The chat, press the thunderstorm button, will ya? Excellent. Everyone and most the guy who killed 202. Digital Core in the chat as well. Yeah, Jensen, I'm praying there's going to be rain. We're seeing some penalties coming in. Oh, and that is a big penalty for Strelnikov. That was something I should have checked. I wasn't sure what the if there was any extra penalty penalisation. For lap 1 penalty. Some places you do get an instant drive-through for a lap 1 contact. That is a 30-second penalty for Strelnikov for causing contact. So that will see him tumble way down the order. That extra 30 seconds in his first pit stop. So that is the stewards clearly hard at work in the background. Machira hard at work up at the front. Senator doing the best he can to hang on while fending off the advances at the driver's head. Aleman lapping well at the moment, 7.8 seconds down. He's just been promoted to 5th position by virtue of the fact that Strelnikov is going to spend that elongated amount of time into the pits. Wilson Fernandez trying to get past Marcus Schaber in the Mission Spin Now car. This is a battle for positions inside the top 10. We saw Fernandez putting a couple of handy overtakes early doors. He did get caught on the Cooper straight. Thankfully, the contact straightened him up again, so all he lost was momentum and a couple of positions. Didn't spend much time facing the wrong way, but he's really looking to not spend too much more time in 10th. He really wants that ninth position. As we can see, some more Ferrari on Ferrari action. Through the time in Delta, still absolutely as you were. With Flat Out Sim Racing leading the way. Racing Point in 2nd. GTR Masters in 3rd. Eclipse Racing. GTR Masters in 4th. Crazy Fly are in 3rd. And Eclipse Racing in 5th position. Alaman missing spin now. Still 7.7. So again, he's lapping pretty much exactly the same pace as the cars ahead of him. Really needs the battle between them to spice it up a bit so that he can get closed in. Fernandez still looking to get past Schaber. And there's Engel coming into the pits. The Gulf Iron and Brew Racing Team, half an hour in. So again, that could well be to help split the strategy towards the end of the race. Jakob Schaber still trying to find his way past Adam Koop then. Koop was defending from the car that came into the pits, whose name escapes me, and if I'm looking down the timing board, there's been quite a few in, so I'm not going to figure that one out again. Oh, what a look up the inside of Surtees. Is he going to make that one stick? He absolutely is. Is he in front? We can't tell from this angle. I think he's got his nose in front, and I tell you, Williamson in the background could be the big beneficiary here as the Aston comes right back at it. Schaber trying to go round the outside. That is a brave place to try that, and he's come a cropper, unfortunately. All 4 tyres onto the gravel, and Giaffrini is going to say thank you very much as well, potentially. No, he's not, in fact. Schaber is going to hang on to that position. The cameraman shouldn't be hanging on to his job if he can't keep up with the action. There we go. But yes, so Schaber back down a couple of positions as Williamson and Koop reignite their battle then. Yeah, Wessex Racing versus Raccoons. Quick check up at the front to see if... Oh, and we have got a change. Senator is down to 5th position. That is the last corner. That is Clark Curve. Okay, so that's 18th just ahead of him. That is Dan Davis in the BMW. The lead car makes it through. Here comes the Ferrari. down the hill. Onto the Cooper straight. Oh, and he's just lost it on exit then. Unforced it. Whoa, breathe in. Standing ovation, Henrik Horvath. How did you avoid that? Let me just very quickly. Quick round of applause for Henrik Horvath there, avoiding a wayward Ferrari. But there we go then, all change once again. At one point, he was 1.1 seconds off the battle for 4th place. He now is at 4th place. It is Marco Keddy for Eclipse Racing Team and Henrik Horvath. These two keeping their heads while all others around are losing theirs. And they are reaping those rewards. Fastest man on the track now down into 5th position. Eclipse Racing in 4th. It's GTR Masters up in the 3rd. Strelnikov still in 2nd position. And Nachira now 1.4 seconds up the road. Incredible action up at the front. On Christian Romano has finally got that move done as well. This is Stirling. He has been patiently behind Foster for a while now. He's been getting very close, and the timing deltas would suggest he is the quicker of the two. But certainly not one to do anything rash is our Christian. And look at the exit he got from Clark. The McLaren taking the inside line. He's going to have to drift it outside. Was this a turn 1 manoeuvre? Oh, opens the corner up beautifully. Looking for the inside line. Gets a great run down towards turn 2. Whoa, the McLaren runs ever so slightly wide, opens the door, comes back across though, so good defending there. So was it Graham Hill? Oh, it was Graham Hill. He's just run ever so slightly wide on Graham Hill. He's given Romano a look up the inside as Zerman's in the background watching this as well. So it's another move through Surtees then. I can barely navigate that corner, never mind go side by side. And Romano does make his way through. That is him up to 11th position. Zerman in the background will certainly be buoyed by that as he tries to catch up. Oh, right, okay, I thought we'd have changed the leader, but Stelnikov, yep, still in 2nd. Horvath now, a bit of a gap opening up there. So it's all down to Senator and Keddy. We've got more chatting in the chat. Car 149, lap 1, turn 2. Dr. Mars, I know this voice. This is the caster of SOP. That is indeed one of the places you can hear me commentate. I was going to say, I'm not sure whether to say luckily or unluckily. But yes, indeed, I do a fair bit. I do, oh yeah, all the stuff for SOP, FRL, Wiz Motorsports, and do some ERS. So yeah, it's good to know that the voice is recognised. Although, to be fair, it is a bit of a one-off. And I definitely wasn't trying to compliment myself there. We've got some great action still through the field. Love to see this. The FRL Ferrari is Zerman still watching the back of Foster. McLaren, sorry. And it is a 3-way McLaren there. Benjamin Eck, another Eclipse racing car. So it is Eclipse, then FRL. Then FDSR in there, then Romano for the ERS just ahead as well. Senator still trying to find his way back inside the top 5. 5th at the minute. It's Keddy's got in front of him. Great race by Keddy so far. Oh, Donadai, is he finally going to get this done on the Tazio? These two have had themselves a phenomenal battle, but they're going to have to hurry themselves along a bit because Wilson Fernandez, again, caught up in Cooper straight contact on lap 1. Did get straightened out, but lost a lot of momentum and was involved in a 3 wide through Surtees again. Full clench moment. But he's made a couple of very good overtakes to get himself back. Oh, and the Aston ahead. Look how close he's getting. And that's going to cause him problems. He couldn't get the exit momentum. And Fernandez is going to have a look up the inside of Clark curve. Is he? Nope. Wasn't quite close enough. I thought there was going to be a full side-by-side action there. Oh. The Audi just instantly reappearing there on track. Nothing to see here. That's a new esports strategy, that one. The Harry Potter disappearing car. Just reappear in front of the drivers. Marcus Schaber is getting himself involved in this as well then. The Mission Spin Now driver. The most recent to be overtaken by Fernandez, but he's certainly not been left behind. Ooh, runs a bit wide out there through Graham Hill though. That's not what you need on the Cooper Straight. You really need the Cooper Straight to be as... You need every corner on this track to be as smooth as possible, given it's such a short lap. But certainly on the Cooper Straight, he's lost a bit of momentum there. Down the hill, though, Donadau has been unbelievably patient. Again, the timing deltas do suggest he is quicker than Natatio in a single lap. At the moment, he can't quite get that overtake done. Some phenomenal defending from Natatio. Oh, again, the Flyhouse Sim Racing car coming under all kinds of pressure. Oh, and that's never going to end well. Oh, and that's a double. Oh, and there we go. Extra contact, and it's... yeah, that was a fun one, but we'll try and digest that. Almost the same as what happened to Strelnikov then. Just too much virtual rubber on the virtual AstroTurf. It's going to unsettle the car. Bang, on the inside. Little wiggle on exit. And away he goes round the outside. Oh no, sorry, so this is it here, yeah, the Audi on the inside. Oh, just has a bit of contact, tries to straighten up, loses momentum, tries to stop the car. Touches the brake, takes a Ferrari in the rear end, loses a couple of positions. So Fernandez getting another overtake done. Natatio now finds himself behind Marcus Schaber then, who's up into 9th position. That'll be confirmed by the timing deltas momentarily. And Strelnikov is on an absolute charge. 1.7 seconds was the gap between himself and first place when he retook second position. He's found 1.1 seconds over the race-leading Audi as they just make their way past another one of the BMWs. Pops out using as much slipstream as he can. That was, yeah, a bit brave. Perhaps not get that close to the cars ahead. Across the line, back to a second then. Just hold my breath as we can see the timing data coming through. Senator still trying to find his way. I can't believe we're getting trailers on that, but never mind. So we were like, yeah, Fernandez with Donadau and Schaber just behind them. Natatio there in the background doing his best to catch back up to this battle. Further down the field, we do still have all 42 cars still running. And there he is! Damien Jensen. One of the first people I raced with. Way back in the day when I was racing on Gran Turismo Sport and Project Cars 2 on the PS4. I mean, I say I was racing. Yeah, I basically made up the numbers and took screenshots of the results. I carried a watermelon, basically. Okay, I carried a watermelon. Jensen, though, very quick driver. Good to see him here on ACC. And he's just trying to get his way past Scott Cameron, the Scottish Sonic the Hedgehog mobile. Definitely going to come under a lot of pressure. Quick light flash. Jensen, is he going to look for the cutback into turn number 1? Does open the corner out beautifully. Oh, gets a good run down through the apex into turn number 2. Looking at the racing line. Oh, and the Bentley in the background making moves to unlap themselves there. Oh no, that's Duffin, sorry. Blue flag situation for Duffin. Oh, Jensen, have a look. Another move on Surtees. Incredible driving by these guys here. And Jensen does get himself up into 38th position then. So good run since he's come out the pits. Cavatera still trying to get past Byseth for the Mission Spin Now team. He's come over, coming to take a stint. Strelnikov now with a massive gap. Serving him a lot of blue flag traffic here, so that could potentially be playing into the hands of the race leader. Keddy now finding himself with a good 1.1 seconds. So yeah, I think there's been making their way through the blue flags. It's certainly separated out some of the podium battles that we had. Horvath, Keddy and Strelnikov though. Still very much on the case for overtaking action. On car number 69, that is Jensen's car. been given a 5-second penalty. We'll wait and see if that penalty updates. They do hand it as 5-second or 15-second chunks. So that does look like a 10-second penalty being handed out there. Ah, Smiley. You made Scott's livery. What, the Scottish Sonic, the Scott Camerons? Yes, the race leader's coming through. Whoa. Okay, let's not do that again. Yeah, but there we go. Beautiful livery that is. Love it. Gaz Gasolina was involved in a few incidents as well, early doors. Eck trying to get an overtake done there for the Eclipse Racing team, and I think he has got the overtake done. Oh, Natazio is carrying a lot of damage. Oh, and that is from an earlier incident then. But yeah, he's just been overtaken by Eck. Is in the background. We can see more movers and shakers. Buller's trying to make his way through. That's an ERS car. That is Eck. He's made his way past Natazio then. Now let's just see if we can cut. There we go. Sorry, I'm having some problems with a few of my controls here, but that should be it working. Right, so, did we catch the overtake? I'm not 100% sure. I was looking at my task manager. But we are sure that Nachira is still leading the way. He's got 2.3 seconds then over Stelnikov, who does have that 30-second penalty serve when he comes into the pits. For lap 1 contact. Horvath and Keddy still very close. Senator trying to close back up then. That effort will certainly be aided by the fact he is the quickest car on track at the moment. And these three have reassumed their battle. Just looking down the field, they are starting to spread out ever so slightly. Although Cameron and the gang still having fun down at the back of the pack. That is a BMW with Jaja, I believe. Or is that... Yes, it is. Right, so that was an overtake that's been retaken. Costa is within 3/10 of Wilk, the Arrows factory car. Trying to get past the Raccoons red machine. And Caratera in the Italian job looking very close. You've got Bysath in the mission spin now. Porsche ahead of him. Ooh, and that looked very close. That is Jensen looking to unlap himself. So you can see just when I'm saying that, I know Jensen's a bit quick. Yeah, there you go. He's easily keeping pace with the drivers in 25th position. So he will try and unlap himself. Obviously, not an easy thing to do when the cars ahead are locked in a fierce battle for position. Jakob Schaber back up to 18th position then. He's got Sagetti in the Ferrari ahead of him. So he's been on quite the comeback. That's 12 positions he's made it back since starting on pole. And finding himself way down the order after some lap 1 contacts. Oh, and Strelnikov has been overtaken then. And it's Graham Hill Bender on the Cooper Straight, Surtees section again. He's lost momentum there. And Heinrich Horvath, as calm as a coma so far this race. And he finds himself up into second. Marco Keddy, the technical genius behind the overlays and things at FRL. He is finding himself right on the cusp of getting himself a podium. They're hanging there in this 4th position. A lot of action going on. Himself and Henrik have seemingly been involved in the least amount of it. They've avoided the most, and they're definitely benefiting from that now. Horvath in second, Keddy there in fourth place. Senator down on that lap time as well. So the blue flags certainly playing into things at the moment, as Fernandez looking to make more overtakes. He's all over the back of Donadau. Schaber is still trying to hang there as well, and Christian Romano is now catching up to this group ahead of him as well, as Ilk Zerman is being left slightly behind. Romano's teammate Eck having a look, and there is the Iron Brew car in the background just unlapping itself as well. Just dropping off ever so slightly in those last couple of corners. Bellotti still keeping Natazio company then. Natazio dropping down the order since picking up that damage. 14th position at the moment, but that's certainly coming under serious threat from Domenico Bellotti, and the Astro Racing Team Aston Martin. There is Keddy still, and Schaber and Fernandez. The Ferraris still battling there as well. Nope, that's what we want. Down Pilgrim's drop. Schaber trying to close. It's definitely Fernandez that's carrying more pace at the moment. In fact, down Pilgrim's drop, Schaber dropping 3/10 there. So he's certainly dropped back a bit of time. Senator, as you can see, 2 seconds down the road then. So yeah, this the evolution of this podium battle has been pretty phenomenal. Nachira taking the lead early doors. It was gifted to him. We saw Senator gifted a couple of positions as well. And yeah, that's left Keddy and Strelnikov then battling for that third place. Horvath. And now getting a bit of a breakaway, but they've got some more blue flag traffic to make their way through on past Surtees. That's 30th place. Is that Jensen? Damien Jensen just ahead of him? Oh no, it's not. It's Burgio. Oh no, that's a Porsche. And there is Gibbons. Villascusa, one of the early pitters as well, took some damage for the Tyre Sim Racing Esports team. They've been in the pits. He's 37th at the moment. Showing some good pace down at the bottom end of the field, so could definitely improve massively over the 4 hours. So we'll keep an eye on that. And there's Damien Wilk. Oh, just going past the Bentley of Duffin then. So a bit of a mistake there by Duffin. Sees him lose a couple of positions. He was under pressure from Williamson from Wilk and Costa there. And this is... Oh yeah, okay, so just coming through Westfield onto Dingle Dell. Oh, big run right through Sheens. And that's gifted. Those two cars, the position, the Aston, the Bentley certainly fighting back for the position, but the Aston making it through as well. Duffin down a couple of positions then. Costa and Wilk, both appreciative of that. Adam Coop for Wesset Racing. Currently in 20th, he's got Davis just ahead of him. Again, another driver looking quicker. Oh, there is Foster. And Eck and Keddy as well. Look how close he's getting to the crazy fly car ahead. So Keddy now within 2/10 of Strelnikov, 1.8 seconds. So these are some of the biggest gap. At one point there was 1.6, less than 1.6 seconds separating the top 5. There's Horvath just making his way through the blue flags. Jensen following his way through as well, looking to unlap himself. But that's Horvath. So it's going to spread them out. So now that they've hit the blue flag traffic, as I say, certainly playing into the hands of the lead drivers, Nachira and Horvath. Then 1.5 seconds was all that separated the top 5. It's now what separates the top 2. With Stelnikov now 1.7 down on Horvath. He's got Keddy all over the back of him, and a lot of traffic to make his way through, as well as that 30-second penalty hanging over his head for when he comes into the pits. It's a long time to be stationary, especially at a course as short as Brands Hatch. 30 seconds is over a third of a lap. So he's going to lose massive amounts of time in track position. Really is going to need to time it well so he doesn't come out in too much traffic, although at this stage in the race it's now going to be traffic solidly until the end. 3 hours 9 minutes left to go, so we're fast approaching the 65-minute marker, which is the driver's stint timer. The cars themselves will only do about an hour and 20 minutes tops, hour and 15, maybe 75 minutes. So we'll certainly be looking to at least add fuel. Doubt we'll see anybody double stint in the tyres. And certainly see a few people out praying for the rain. Servers are down. Do not leave if you are in. Okay, so if there's anybody watching, there may be a bit of an issue with racers joining the server. So if you are in there and due to do another stint, please don't leave. Just in case. That might just be a security thing for joining mid-race. But it should, should still let guys and gals in. But yeah, just for the moment, if you are in there, then please do remain in there. Just in case you don't get back in. Right, okay, yeah, just come from me. Yeah, sorry, I'm just opening Discord. I'll just make sure I keep up to date with any info that we're bringing on the servers. But at the moment, yeah, again, if you are in there, please remain in. And, we'll see if we can get that sorted for the drivers that need to get back in. Zigetti in the Ferrari for the E-Course Zigetti team. He's come into the pits 53 minutes into the race. So we're fast approaching the end, as I say, of that first full stint timer. We saw some drivers coming in with 20 minutes and 30 minutes gone in the race, so they'll be staying out, of course. And we'll see big changes in position, much like Jakob Schaber. Quite the race he has had. Started in pole position by turn 2. He was in 20th. By turn 3, he was 36th. We're now 36 laps in. And he's back up to 16th position. So not too bad at all. And I believe he's about to take another position as he goes right round the outside of Gasolina in turn number 11. Clark Curve, the final corner. And across the start-finish line, another position then for Jakob Schaber. In fact, we should probably just save the replay from the first hour and watch his race. That's got to be one of the most action-packed hours of racing any driver has ever had. And he's still got 13 positions to make up. Can he catch up with the podium contenders? It's going to take a lot of penalties to do so, given how close the times that they're running are. But he's certainly got the pace to get himself inside that top 10. Top 5 could be a bit of an ask, but again, any penalties, any drive-through for track limits. 4 hours is a long time around the track this narrow, certainly. It is for someone of my talent. Oh, and that is Strelnikov using all the track limits he can there. Really is finding 2 tyres off the tarmac quite a few occasions in his opening stint. And it's cost him that second place, and it could potentially cost him third. As Marco Keddy applying the pressure through Surtees once again. Marcus Schaber is closed up on Christian Romano has got the overtake done on Marcus Schaber then. It looked like Schaber for me was closing in on Fernandez. Fernandez and Donadau still having themselves a little battle. Romano really does close the gap here. I fear there may have been a mistake. There it is. I fear there may have been a mistake by Schaber, and there was on the exit to Westfield and on to Dingle-Dell. He wasn't quite disco dancing on the tarmac, and that gave Romano all the room he needed to secure a top 10 position coming towards the end of stint number 1. I'm sure he will be very happy with that one. Horvath still second, Stelnikov still in third. No, he is not. There has been an overtake. Will we see it on the replay? Hopefully we can catch it. This is down Pilgrim's Drop. Keddy is up to third. And he has already got the overtake done because the replays overlap. So it looked like, again, it looked like a Westfield Dingle-Dell type affair, because that's Clark curving around the last, which is the last corner, across the start-finish line. Keddy up in a third place. What a race he has had. Keep your head while all others around you are losing theirs, and yeah, great things will happen. Marco Keddy, the car that won Endurance Series 1, now finds himself up onto the podium. That is Jensen. He's lapping just ahead of him. Schaber still hanging on to the slipstream of ERS's Christian Romano, and Benjamin Eck of the Eclipse Racing team. He's given up the slipstream. That's Zerman just behind them as they come down Pilgrim's Drop. Zerman will be looking for a run here. Has he got enough slipstream momentum down the drop? No, he doesn't. The McLaren of Eck absolutely flying down the hill there. Marcus Schaber. Oh no, that's some blue flags. As we can see, some yellow flags waving as well. Williamson in 19th position for the Raccoons Racing Blue. Still trying to get his way past Giuffrida. Oops. In the Italian job car. Natazio is the car ahead of them positionally. But they do have the Aston Martin of Mohammed Bintang just ahead of him. He's just going to get very quickly out of the way there and let the cars through. But have a wiggle there by the 14 as he moved past there. There's what I'm looking for there. Ilk Zerman, it's a blue flag situation there as well. Spread now over the top though, 1 hour in. Horvath now 2.7 seconds down on Mattia Nachira. Could not have asked for a better stint. 1 Gasolina in the pits. So too Natazio then, unsurprisingly. I'd imagine that's slightly earlier than the planned, given the damage that they've got. Losing time hand over fist, definitely worth coming in to get that one sorted. It is Coop then, all over the back of Davis still. The Wesset Racing team trying to find his way past Dan. For the Simply Racing. They're going to make their way past the 2 drivers in the pits. Burgio trying to get past Kingston. Broch down in 31st in the FRL Mercedes. Looking to close up on the group of drivers he's got just ahead of him. Good exit from turn 1 there from the McLaren. Schaber in 10th. Still trying to close in on Romano. Romano's indifferent first start, I'm sure. A bit of contact saw him fall down the order. But he's made his way back through the field beautifully to get himself back into the top 10. Stelnikov looking to get himself back on the podium at the expense of Keddy. It's going to be a ferocious battle between these two. You would imagine both of them more than capable of defending and putting in some very quick laps and applying pressure. Can Stelnikov force a mistake? Or is Keddy going to fend him off? As I say, that's the 1 hour mark almost reached and breached. So 5 more minutes, 6 minutes before the drivers mandatorily must come into the pits to clear that stint timer, or at least anyone that's been out on the track since the start of the race. I'm expecting all kinds of fun and games on Pit Wall Live when the next batch of cars come into the pits. We've seen 12 cars come into the pits so far. Two of those cars have been in twice. So as soon as the rest start coming in. Oh, Senator comes in. So there we go. Top 10 drivers now coming in. That's Senator. He's coming to take his first pit stop. Strelnikov, of course, when he comes in, he's going to have 30 seconds to wait until his race engineers can do anything to the car. And that's going to see him tumble way down the order. He's going to be looking to hang on to a top 10 position. A long race still to go, though. As Coop for Wessex Racing, as he up the inside of the Porsche, he's certainly got the side-by-side. He's going to have a good exit there as well. On to Dingledale next. And that is Adam Coop, very patient racing, and a beautiful overtake there. Sees him. What is he hanging on 18th? He is. The Porsche still fighting back, not giving this one up, Cavaterra, but it is move done. Zerman's come into the pits. There he is there. First of the FRL racing team, and in fact he's already on his way out, giving the reins over to Craig Hill. So he is taking over. Oh, Strelnikov, look how close he is to Keddy still. And this defending costing both of these drivers time. They now find themselves 5 seconds down on Horvath. Certainly not the case a few laps ago. There's Kiss and Wilkes into the pits again. They were one of the cars we saw come in with about 20 minutes, 30 minutes gone to the race. So that is a second very quick pit stop then. For the Project DK car, easy for me to say. Pablo Scalmani, out for the Soggetti Corsa racing team. The Ferrari currently in 24th. And again, positions will change rapidly at the moment when they all start coming into the pits. Jakob Schaber, by example, now up to 11th position. And it's Senator that's come back out then, so he's going to do a double stint. Back out, I think he's in 13th position. We'll wait on full confirmation for that. Oh, Marcus Schaber's disconnected from the server. And that's going to be stuck on the timing board. Romano has closed in on Fernandez. Fernandez himself making a great charge through the field. There is Romano into the pits. As he was getting involved in that battle then. He was closing in on Fernandez. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. He was closing in on Fernandez, but that's going to be separated out. Foster and Bellotti coming into the pits as well. The top four all staying out for the moment. Will we see any of them come in? Nachira, race leader. I suppose they've only got 1 minute, so they really are cutting it close if they stay out, and this is going to be close for Keddy. He needs to be absolutely on point with this lap. He's got 1 minute 25 seconds until his stint timer runs out. He is lapping in the 1 minute. His slowest lap so far, 24.9. So that is going to be very close. Aleman coming into the pits as well. Going to be a flood of cars coming in. Fernandez comes in. Eck is going to come in as well. So too Jakob Schaber. He's going to have to come in as well. So Senator, the first of the top six. He was in sixth position, of course. There is Schaber coming in. Senator was the first of this group to take his pit. Nachira already on his exit, so too Horvath. Strelnikov is still in the pits because he's got that 30-second penalty. Senator has come past, so Senator really has lost time then. That is a lot of time he's lost, although it depends where Marco Keddy comes out. Keddy has got 13 seconds to get into the pits. 10. How about cutting it close? 8 seconds left on his stint timer. Comes into the pits. Senator really has not had somebody's fallen foul of the stint timer. Oh, Scott Cameron. He's been given a drive-through for breaching the stint timer. I thought he came into the pits as well. That is unfortunate. Pereira in 29th. Nope. 28th already, actually, for the Raccoons Red. He's just come out on track. Gotten secured an overtake there. With all the shuffling, Damien Jensen now up into 26th position. Williamson trying to close in now on David Monsu for the Italian job. They're back out of the pits. Where is Strelnikov's back out in 8th place then. So he did hang on to the top 10, but only just. Christian Romano in 7th, Donadou in 6th, Aleman in 5th place. Senator back out in 4th position. And it is Fulvia Dipolito who's out for the Eclipse Racing team. So they are back out in 3rd place with a 9-second gap over Senator. And there's a 5-second penalty for car number 111. Michele Teglia for the Flat Out Sim Racing team. They find themselves with a 5-second of extra time in that penalty. It's 4.9 seconds up the road, though. Nachira working well on. Fernandez has been given a penalty. Great race he's had so far, but a 15-second penalty for causing a collision. And his next pit stop will be a lot longer. It's going to play right in the hands of Strelnikov, who's lost that 30 seconds. It's going to be quite the charge for him to catch up. Right, now the drivers have had a quick pit stop. I too am going to grab a quick couple of second pit stop. We'll pop this on all. Enjoy the racing. I'll be back in a few seconds. There we go. Cup of tea. Even managed to find my glasses. And we're back out for the action. Got some shout-outs in the chat. Scalamini. Go, go, go. Oh, Scalmani. Sorry. I do apologise. Scalmani. Getting the shout-outs in the chat. Phenomenal racing so far. We saw plenty of lap 1 action and incidents. We saw the race leader, Jakob Schaber, cruelly ejected from that battle. The Gulfine and Brew car, Alex Kingston, now behind the wheel there. Fernandez, as we saw, picked up that penalty. Stelnikov served his penalty. He's now closing in on Romano ahead. So it's still Nachira, double stint, Flat Sim Racing in first, Horvath in second, Dipolito for Eclipse Racing in third, Senator for the Racing Point in fourth, then it's Alaman in fifth, Donadou in sixth, Romano in seventh, Strelnikov in eighth, Fernandez ninth, with Benjamin Eck in 10th place. That's blue flag overtake there. Craig Hill out for FRL in 11th. Then Luke Barnard for FDSR. Marcus Schaber no longer in the server, unfortunately. And Domenico Bellotti for the Astro Racing Team in 13th place. Then for MSR Esports, Project Sakai, Johnny Manarm has taken over from Jakob Schaber. 14th place then. So they really are charging through the field. Alex Kingston, as I mentioned, Gasolina, Seglia, Scalmani. There he is there for the Soggetti Corsa team. Williamson, Davis and Adam Coop all out for a second stint as well. David Monsu for the Italian job. There's Chris Schneider for Project DK. And there is James Williams, FRL Racing founder, in the Ferrari. Just getting into a bit of a battle with Pereira there. Pereira getting a nice move up the inside of turn number 1. There is blue flags and overtakes going on our screen at the moment. Baruka is defending from the number 28. That is 36th. Fabian Karner for the Adweiser team. Just right in the middle of this battle then. Not the place you particularly want to be. Andrew Taylor's out for the Simply Racing. And other Simply Racing car, Liam Wysocki Bostock in the pits. Scott Cameron no longer in the server either. That's 2 cars have disconnected, unfortunately. One of them inside the top 15 as well. But yeah, after that first stint, some seriously close action leading up to the pit stops. But after the pits, well spread out. Of course, the big loser in stint 1 then was the Crazy Fly Racing Team car. 30 seconds of penalties they picked up. Forgive me, I thought there was consent. Damien Jensen picking up the penalties. Good stint otherwise though, Damien. Made back quite a few places. Got some serious unlapping done. Strelnikov. He has closed the gap. I said he's lost possession. He lost that 30 seconds, obviously, with the pits. He's closing right back up on Romano. So definitely still showing top 5 pace at the moment. It's going to be a big ask to get caught up, though, that is for sure. Some action going on ahead, just ahead of Romano, but that is blue flags. Craig Hill in 12th place, trying to get his way past Bernard. Oh no, that's a blue flag. Sorry, Bernard is just ahead of him. Who was that he was going past? Ah, it was Branco. Baruco, sorry. The Italian job Porsche, there he is there. I wonder if Brock's car still looks damaged. No, it doesn't. There we go. The FRL Mercedes finally fixed. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Bizath just ahead He's getting himself involved in some battles as well. He is surrounded by cars. There's blue flags coming past, and there's an overtake just ahead. As it is James Williams just ahead of him, 26th position. Again, blue flags are going to make their way through the FRL car. Got another FRL car bearing down on him. VL is out for, I hope I'm getting that correct, for the Arrows factory. Massimo VL. Oh, and there's a penalty for Adam Coop. So that is what appears to be a 10-second penalty. Is there going to be any more added? Not just the 10. So yeah, penalties. We haven't seen a lot of penalties, to be fair. 4 or 5 maybe. In the opening 54 laps around the track this size. Not too shabby at all. This will be a battle for the ages then. Romano, master tactician and commentator, and not too bad behind the wheel of a car as well. The crazy fly car flashing his lights, trying to distract him. Good luck with that. Let's look up the inside. Oh, Romano. Whoa, Strelnikov really went for the send up the inside there. He is not hanging about there, was he? So he has taken 7th position then. Okay, there was another blue flag car there as well. So that, hence the lights flashing. But he's going to follow through. But yeah, the crazy flag car, despite the 30-second penalty, back up to 7th position. Donna down for the Project Reborn. Just ahead of him, Giles Alleman for the Mission Spin Now Racing Esports car. Of course, the car leading the championship at the moment. Find themselves in 5th place, with Senator back up to 4th. Dipolito for the ERS still in 3rd place. Horvath in 2nd. 2.5 seconds down still on Mattia Nachira. Pretty flawless race so far for Nachira. Now we're an hour and 20 minutes in, and Romano still hanging on at the back of Strelnikov. He certainly won't be letting this one go anytime soon. And it is looking pretty action-packed on the track radar. A lot of it is blue flags. Yeah, down to 40 cars. We've lost a couple of server disconnects, unfortunately. But the rest of the field still running. And Senator, his first stint. Yeah, he does run a little bit shorter. That might come back and bite him towards the end. But we'll certainly see in the last 40 minutes if he has to make another pit stop. Fernandez, who had made his way back up to 7th and now finds himself in 9th. He's got that penalty to serve. And Johnny Manarm for the MSR team. Again, in the car that started in 1st place. Ended up down in 36th and now back up to 14th. And down Pilgrim's Drop, he looks like he's all over the back of Bellotti. Definitely got the run. Alex Kingston for the Gulf Iron Brew Racing team, the car behind them positionally. They've got a fair gap back, but Kingston putting in some low 24s at the moment, so good lap pace. Ooh. Oh, and that's the Lambo. That is Pereira then, so is that an unforced error? Oh, and that curb again. Oh, and he jammed on his brakes to hold his position, and he's flat spotted his tyres and almost collected a BMW for his troubles. Oh, and then he spun it trying to get back on track. Yep, good idea. Reverse that one back off, and he's dropped a hatful of positions here. Unlucky there for Rafael Pereira, but again, that same corner, the undoing, that's 4 or 5 cars we've seen come a cropper through that very bend. And it is why I call them the right-handers from hell. They are a nightmare. Johnny Manorm then, he's caught right back up to Bellotti then, despite that off-track excursion. He's wasted no time getting on to the back there. And also Christian Romano, not letting this one go, as I said. Although we'll see what the gap is across the line. It was 6/10 on the last lap, and he's re-overtaken him. Strelnikov through surely not again. Are we about to see back-to-back drivers have themselves a bit of a Westfield Bend wobble? Right, so that's Hawthorne. That's the Derek Minter straight. That's Westfield. Dingledale. And then, sorry, Sheens is where it's all been happening. No, he's made it through Sheens then. So it wasn't Sheens. Oh, and that was it. Back wheel on the gravel, on the way into Stirling's. He knew there was nothing he could do there. Any power on the accelerator or the brake, the car would have absolutely kicked off. And he does drop that position once again. Christian Romano back up to 7th place. Strelnikov involved in all that action so far in the race. And Manorm still trying to find his way past Bellotti. These two are about the closest on stream. We know that the Manorm car absolutely one of the quickest on track. I think 202 is leading the championship. No, at the moment. Oh, unless I'm looking at an outdated. I do have a car entry list for. I maybe do need to look at the standards properly. It's 202 that's leading the championship. I thought it was the Mission Spin Now car. Yeah, I thought it was this car. But yeah, I might have looked at the wrong page. I'll get confirmation of that. I'm sure we're going to have James Williamson pop in at some. I'm going to say pop in. I'm not actually in the comms box at the moment. But yeah, chuck me a message. We'll maybe have James Williams in to have a word with us once he's got a couple of stints running today. There he is in the FRL Ferrari. Awesome looking machine in that livery. So yeah, 26. So yeah, I'll see if I can get the overall standings. Right, yeah, I'll get my hands on that. I will check out a message and see if we get that sorted. Oh, and there we go. I did get the overtake done there, Manorm. Wasn't afforded a lot of room on the outside there by Bellotti, but he did manage to make this one stick. So that's 3 laps he's been behind him. How much of an impression can he make on Hill ahead of him? There's confirmation he's up to 13th position. Nachira. Bellotti still close, in fact, yeah. Nachira, now he's back out and in undamaged. Oh, sorry, not Nachira. Where's the other flat out car that I'm looking for? Seglia, 5 second. For flat out simulation. And they are potentially still carrying that damage. For me, with the race length as it is, would have made a bit more sense to potentially get that damage repaired. Could just be a graphical glitch. What's there, Michel Seglia? Making his way back through the field after a fairly solid start from the team. Christopher Flores for the Tyre Simulation team out in the BMW. 35th at the moment. He's got Omran just ahead of him. Oh no, sorry. Omran is just behind Alan Brown, in fact, who's just come into the pits. So that's Brown, the No Alien Here team, back in That's his second pit stop. Wow. Full counter steer to get around turn one. Absolutely love to see it. I'm sure his race engineer and the gentleman in charge of the tyres won't be quite as happy. There's Bellotti. That is the Horvath making his way through there. From second place, just making his way past this pack of battling cars. As you can see, into Surtees. He's now 3 seconds down on Nachira. Almost halfway into stint number 2. Dipolito running beautifully. He's taken over from Marco Keddy. Now in third place and a solid race, as I said in the first stint. A few mistakes by the drivers around in Horvath and Dipolito, Marco Keddy at the time. Certainly the two main beneficiaries. Second and third they now find themselves in. Let me just, in fact, let me see. Right, I wonder if you can do that for me. Give me 2 seconds. There we go, yeah, I will see if I can get proper... get confirmation that the series standards that I'm looking at are the correct ones. Oops. Oh, that's, yeah, Dipolito just making his way past James Williams there under blue flags. So yeah, that is an hour and a half in, effectively, and the Nachira still with that 2.8 second lead over Horvath. As you can see, Strelnikov just making his way again past some of that blue flag traffic. He's still trying to close down Romano, who again making his way through, of course, the same blue flag traffic. He's got a McLaren, that's not Davis ahead of him. Ooh, just up the inside. Very neatly done. A lot. Ooh, and that was just about enough room left there by both cars. Strelnikov does make his way through. Nachira still looking phenomenally quick and consistent up at the top. Completely unfazed by the traffic, carving his way through beautifully. There's Williams. That shows you just how far ahead he is. We were just watching Strelnikov come past Williams, and there comes the race leader. So yeah, some of the cars down on lap 59. And we've got some of the cars on the cars with the lead lap currently at lap 63. So yeah, they do get a lot of laps done. An hour and a half, 63 laps. So we're going to be close to around about 150 laps over the piece. Oh, Cooper straight again. That Graham Hill bend really catched a couple of people out. Not quite as much as Sheens has, obviously. Strelnikov back to within striking distance once again. And we've seen he doesn't like wasting any time getting the overtakes done. Still no sign of rain either. So if anyone does fancy throwing on their Wellington boots, grabbing an umbrella and going giving it a quick rain dance in the back garden, you have my blessing. Oh, Manarm, well, let's have a look and see what he's doing then. He's on the back of Craig Hill. Again, not wasting any time. Trying to make back these positions. Whoa, I tell you, that McLaren, that's a McLaren and Ferrari we've seen it go through. Oh, he's run wide there. He's absolutely opened the door for Manarm into Graham Hill bend. Potentially going to go for the cutback if he's not too close on the Cooper bend. And into Surtees, we've seen several overtakes here already. Big send by Marner. He's managed to hold that apex. Oh, a little bit of contact with the outside car. That will, of course, be on Marner. So potentially a little trip into the steward's office for that one as Heinrich Horvath comes through to lap. Of course, in any GT racing, it's always the onus on the overtaking car to make sure it's clean and no contact. Not that I'm saying that was a... Oh, and again. These triple right-handers from hell. That Dingle Dell once again. Oh, he's got it right for Sheens, though. Definitely, Sheens is probably one of the worst to get it wrong on. But he's steadying himself for Stirling's. And yeah, somewhat of an irony. The one-time race leading car, or pole position car, in 12th place being lapped by second overall. Strelnikov still doing his best to get his way past Christian Romano. Oh, coming through. The cloud being kicked up by... that is an Audi. The flat-out sim racing 16th place Seglia then. And he's got a penalty. He has a blue flag. It's Bellotti just ahead of him. In fact, no. That's not Bellotti. That's Bintang. Yeah, Bintang in 37th. He's got a lot of blue flags behind him. Certainly doesn't want to be hanging about too much. You can see the Porsche makes his way past the BMW at Flores. So too, no, does... Yes, he does. Where are we going? There. So Strelnikov gets through as well. Again, look, you can see just how close he is. You can't really see the headlights of the Aston Martin. Only just appear over the top of the spoiler. And will occasionally appear underneath the spoiler. There is Bintang. It's just been overtaken by both cars. Aston wasting no time in presenting himself on the inside line. Romano holding on to that racing line. He really is looking racy. Strelnikov. He wants to get this 30-second penalty overturned. It is going to be a big ask to make a serious assault on the top four, given the penalty that he had, despite the pace he is showing. But he needs to get this overtake done first. And as I mentioned in the opening, Christian Romano is no slouch at anything he does, be it driving, commentating or race strategising. And Strelnikov really has got his work cut out for him getting this overtake done once again. Williamson's defender from Coop. Coop got that 10-second penalty for some contact early doors. Williams is caught right up onto the back of Pereira as well, actually. We saw he did into turn number 2, dropped ever so slightly off there. And Fabian Karner for the Adweiser team fending off Flores willfully at the moment. 25 minutes left at least of this stint. Could be an hour and 10 minutes before we see more of the cars coming in. But we're definitely going to see these two within half a second of one another until that pit stop. You can pretty much guarantee that. If a driver of a crew can't enter the server, will you give penalties? The server is still down. You would have to jump into Discord, Berto. So if you jump into the Discord for the team chat there. Yes, I think you're... Right, okay, so those standings were correct. Right, so mission spin now are definitely the car leading the way then. Yeah, right, okay, perfect. So that was the correct ones. Excellent. But yeah, so what to do, Bertos, yeah, like I say, if you jump into the FRL Discord, there is a couple of dedicated channels in there, into the one-off chat, and they should be able to keep you right. Oh, Jan Barth, I saw him in the chat say hello earlier, and I don't think I said hello back. Okay, so the understanding that I've got at the moment is, sorry, I'm not keeping an eye on the rest, I'm busy reading notes in Chaya, but yeah, the penalty will automatically be given out by the game. So we will see what happens. That may be removed from the results. I'm not sure what's happening with that. Someone has floated that idea in the chat. But at the moment, it does look like any team doesn't have their full driver allocation will be automatically penalised by the game at the end. So fingers crossed we can get this on. Brands Hatch is such a challenging, great track to drive. I wouldn't have put the word great in there myself, but each to their own. Until you have to race on it. Right, okay, there we go. I should have read the whole sentence. Yes. It is difficult. It is difficult. Especially when you've got battles, you've got blue flags. It really does pile it on. And it tests the driver's mettle, that is for sure. Speaking of testing mettle, Stelnikov certainly testing Romano's. These two, I did say they would be these two are likely to be separated by a half a second until one of them comes into the pits. Confirmation that penalties will be removed. So if your team does incur a penalty due to the server issues with the drivers not being able to connect, the penalty will be removed at the end. Yes, because I believe, so if it's for a driver not showing, or, not that they're not showing, they can't get in, you would get a time penalty added when you cross the finish line to end the race. I believe it's anything up to 180 seconds, depending on the length of the track and the amount of time that you spend in and out the pit stop, in comparison to one single lap. Massively different. Spa. One of the most lenient pit stops in the whole racing calendar because of the length of the pit compared to the length of the lap. It's actually one of the most forgiving. It just doesn't seem like that when you're driving through. That is for sure. We're still watching the battle between Stelnikov and Romano. He's doing everything he can to fend off Craig Hill, trying to improve on his position. On Belotti again, a lot of blue flags going on as the race leader comes through. So on our shot there, that's 11th, 12th, 13th, 21st, 22nd and 38th. So you can see just how much of a mix you get there. And in fact, that is Craig Hill, even though it still says Williams on the window. He's trying to get his way past 23rd, Vial. And you can definitely, that's Omran as well. That's Belotti trying to blue flag his way through. All the action along Clearways, not very clear, and it hasn't been for most of the race. It looked like he was close there, but he's not. Dan Davis closing in on Scalmani as well. Head Coop still with that penalty, and Monsu fending off this battle behind him. Bysarth and Pereira with Williams not too far down the road either. He's just been blue flagged past the Mission Spin Now Porsche. No more penalties handed out at the moment then. Bintang trying to close in on Alan Brown. Brown's been at the pits a couple of times. Michael Firth still in 28th position, and you can see Brock ahead of him. A2 likely to battle for position too soon. That McLaren is about to be blue flagged. Let's see how Romano's getting on. He's still in 7th, still got Stelnikov as I predicted. Half a second off his rear spoiler. So they're still absolutely going out. Horvath was within 1.6 seconds. He now finds himself 2.2. Ooh. On down the hill. The blue flag certainly working in the favour of Strelnikov there. Oh yeah, through Westfield, really on that inside line. VL as well trying to get past Monsu, but we'll stay on this battle here. This is a potential podium battle. Once we get through all the pit stops and all the action we've had so far, not to say that these two drivers are not still on for podium honours. Horvath De Polito will certainly have something to say about that. But with 2 hours 18 minutes to go at Brands Hatch. Brands Hatch, sorry. I should close Discord again. I'm getting distracted by the notifications that are coming up for the race. But who we're watching? Yes, we're still watching Strelnikov and Romano. As I've said, potentially still on for podium positions given the pace that they're showing. Still plenty of time for drivers to pick up drive-throughs for track limits. And we've seen some action already. As Johnny Mannerm and the MSR Esports Project Sakai team will testify to. Started on pole down to 36, now back up to 12th position. And still 2 hours 17 minutes left to go on the race clock. With a 65-minute stint timer, we could see drivers coming in as late as 2 hours 9 minutes gone of the race, so 1 hour 51 left roughly. We'll see the second round of pit stops. A couple of the cars will be in before. A few cars we've seen taken very early pit stop. Ingall, of course, in the Iron Brew car, having to take 2 pit stops so far, but still running 21st position. And there is Adweiser just being lapped by the top, by these two that we're watching. Nachira still doing exactly what he needs to do for flat out sim racing. He's got a 2.7 second gap now, so he's found another half a second over Horvath in second. De Polito now 14 seconds down on Horvath then. So the GTR Masters really firming up their grip on that second position. Oh, and that is an Aston Martin. Is that coupe? Oh, no, it's not Bentan. Yeah, right, so Kreisschneider was the one involved there. Was it VL? Yeah, there was an Aston Martin that came a cropper there. Kreisschneider making a little bit of contact with someone. Bellotti is still... I said that like I knew where he was. There he is there. He's in 12th place. That was the Aston Martin we saw run off there. So he's got himself back on track. But he certainly lost a bit of time to Manurm ahead of him. Manurm now up into 11th position. And that's one of the overtakes there. And it looks like he's got a good run on the FRL car ahead. Oh, sorry, Eclipse Racing. Oh, yeah, a couple of cars still showing there that are no longer in the server, unfortunately. But yeah, so that's Manurm and the MSG car up to 11th position. That replay cracker on a bit far. Fernandez, we've just lost another car. I think Fernandez has just been disconnected. Yep, indeed he has, unfortunately. He's managed to get back in, though. So he will be reinstated to whatever position he was in, but he was temporarily disconnected from the server. Still showing up twice on the board there. Phenomenal stuff. So Fernandez, he should get popped back in. He's going to have to wait 2 minutes as well. That is one of the major downsides. If you get disconnected through no fault of your own and you rejoin, you've got to wait in the pits for 2 minutes before you can be released. And yeah, 2 minutes at Brands Hatch. That's almost 2 full laps he's going to lose Just waiting on that penalty to reset, but great to see him making his way back in. Hopefully can finish the race without any more incidents. Strelnikov has dropped a bit of time on Romano over that last lap then, making their way through the traffic. It's now up to 1.9 seconds, that gap. So Romano remaining steadfast in that 7th, fending off everything that Strelnikov could throw at him, and he's held on to 7th. Going to be a great battle between these two. I did reckon they would be pretty inseparable until the pit stops, that 2-second gap. Certainly laying waste to that theory. Ramez or Omran, 32nd at the moment. Pina, the next car ahead of him, a fair chunk up the road. Karner still sitting just behind. Flores, Novak, Brown, Bintang, Taylor, and Wysocki, Bostock, sorry. The Simply Racing car, I think they have been disconnected as well. 18 laps down at the moment. That's a lot of damage. They must have been getting repaired. Bysat in 24th, trying to get his way past Monzu. Oh, and that's a BMW down. Oh, I said no, that's Bintang. That's bizarre. Right, yeah, I'm having some fun readouts from my telemetry stuff here. We'll make it to the end, though. Nachiri, he'll certainly be looking to make it to the end. First place still, Horvath in second, 2.7 seconds down the road. Dipolito still 14 seconds down on the top two. Vincenzo Senatore out for the Racing Point team. They have got the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 23.587. Lots of blue flags. Ironically, they're about to blue flag past car number 202, which is Johnny Mannon, the car that took pole position. They were involved, the MSR team, sorry, MSG. I did see MSG lovers team name listed, got myself a bit confused there. But yeah, Senator will blue flag. And round the outside. And yeah, like I say, that could have easily been an overtake for the lead of the race if things had stayed the way they were. And it's that. Right, now let me see where it's brought them back out. So for Bricks Racing, Skylar Lovrink has taken over. And they are back out in 40th position. They've been... Wow. So they've rejoined. I think they've accidentally joined with the wrong... I know it sounds weird. They are in a Ferrari, but I think he's potentially picked the wrong car because they have been deducted the full race distance so far. So they are 76 laps down. So despite rejoining, they haven't been returned the position from whence they came. And that sees them right down at the back of the grid. A brutal series of events there for a car that was battling comfortably for top 10 honours, showing some good pace despite that early incident. We're making some good running back, as I say, inside the top 10. But yeah. That promise absolutely out the window at the moment. Now Christian Romano has been freed from the Strelnikov advance. He is making advances himself. That is Donadau just ahead of him for the Project Reborn Aston Martin. And Romano looking for 6th place then. Strelnikov now 2.3 seconds down the road. So now that he is no longer in the slipstream of Romano, he's dropping right off the pace. The Porsche, usually not the best in a straight line, slightly infamous for its lack of top-end speed, but not so much of a factor here at Brands Hatch. given that we are currently on one of the longest straightaways in the race. There's the Aston just letting these cars through again. Romano out of the last corner, every single millimetre on the exit there. Pulls it across the start-finish line into turn number 1. He is absolutely closing that gap then while extending the gap to Strelnikov. Now 1.9. So in that last sector he found 2/10 on the car ahead and 3/10 on the car behind. Romano really is shifting into high gear, coming towards the end of the second stint. Spa's easy time for drive-through. You spend 2 minutes only having to avoid walls. Fernandez, we need to leave because of the multiplayer server nightmare. Iron and Brew car still just about tolerates pink livery cars. 1 minute 23. What are track conditions, temps, etc.? Please. Well, the track temperature is 18 degrees. The ambient temperature 23 degrees. And I would guesstimate that the track is fairly optimum at the minute. Very dry. And yeah, we started with 42 cars. That is a lot of rubber to have laid down. And there is a drive-through penalty for track limits. That is unfortunately the first one that we've seen so far. And it is Wysocki Bostock that's picked that one up for the Simply Racing team. He's come straight into the pits to get that served. Of course, we've seen him off track a couple of times to let the blue flagged faster cars through. And that certainly caught him out there. Johnny Manor then for the MSR team. They've come in to the pits, their second pit stop. They did pit slightly earlier, so too. In fact, no, sorry, I apologise. Jakob Schaber coming back out. They did not pit earlier. It was, of course, Vincenzo Senatore who pitted the earliest, but that is, in the grand scheme of things, a fairly early second pit stop then for Schaber and his teammate. Back out inside the top 20. Henrik Horvath just behind them again. Fulvio Di Polito is still in third, and Senatore, as I say, he was one of the earliest pit stoppers. His first pit stop. Yeah, 59 minutes in, just before the hour mark. So he's still got 10 minutes. Yeah, so that is a surprise to me. Perhaps they felt Schaber has got better pace. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they did. Yeah, 45 laps Schaber did. Johnny Manham only did 33. So he did a decidedly shorter stint. Only 47 minutes. So that's a short second stint then. For Manham. Paolo Scalmani as well. He's on an hour and 2 minutes, so he doesn't have long before he needs to come in and take his pit stop. And I believe, oh no, 54 minutes, he's still fine. But yeah, Scalmani's going to be coming in very soon indeed. We've just seen Michael Firth come in to the pits to take his second pit stop, and 58 minutes. That's a short second stint as well. For 9:34. So yeah, a lot of the pit stops. It's Jan Barth, in fact. There we go. For the Advisor team. He has just come out as well. Let's check up at the top, see if any of these guys. Strelnikov into the pits. So there we go. Strelnikov is into the pits. He's still on a bit of time on his timer as well. Would help if I was looking at the telemetry for the correct car. Yeah, 1 hour 4 for his first stint, and then only 50 minutes for his second stint. Oh no, again, that's given me the wrong car. Yeah, 1 hour 3 minutes for his first stint, 50 minutes for his second stint. That's 15 minutes short. That's a big chunk of time that he's leaving on the table, but that could be strategic. With there still being 2 hours left to go, he's going to need to pit once more to get to the end of the race. Oh, the Lambo almost having a wiggle as he let the blue flags through there. Romano still trying to get his way past the Project Reborn car. Phenomenal battle between these. Romano having an excellent race so far. Did lose 7th to Strelnikov in the Crazy Fly car. Got it back again. And he's made advances towards 6th place. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I can't. Does that say Glimmer? Yeah, I would say track position at the end is more important than tyres at Brands Hatch. Maybe playing that card. Yeah, could well be. Yeah, could well be. Like you say, they coming out in traffic, although trying to avoid traffic in an endurance race at Brands Hatch, it really is. It's a juggling act that not many can pull off. We'll see. Oh, Craig Hill coming under pressure as well. A lot of pressure. A Segway there for the flat out sim racing team. Looking to get his way past Gasolini. Gasolini having a bit of a wiggle on exit there. Oh, Hill did not get the exit he wanted there. Car 18. I really need to stop gulping down my cups of tea when I'm breathing. Car number 182 has been given penalties as well. It's Pena. The rear spoiler, Antonio Pena then, the Italian job car. 20 seconds of penalties as Williamson comes in to take his pit for the Raccoons Racing Blue team. Chris Schneider for the Project DK car. He's all over the back of Adam Coop, who's got that penalty as well. Gasolina is in the pit. Seglia is still trying to get an overtake done on Craig Hill, who is willfully still defending that one. And Christian Romano still not found the way past Donadau. Fast approaching the end of his stint as well. Oh no, 55 minutes he is into his second stint. So he's still got 10 minutes he could potentially be racing. Italian job car, spoiler warning, finishes race over a cliff with the gold. Excellent. Predictions in the chat, love to see it. So as I say, Romano's still got that minute. Oh, Craig Hill, he's come into the pits. He's done with that battle for the moment. Dominic Ingal in the Gulf Iron Brew Racing team. Definitely not done battle. Chris Sider and Adam Coop just ahead of him. Oh, and he gets a really good exit there down onto Dingle Dell into Sheens. Oh, he backs right out of that one there. He's potentially been listening to the broadcast and heard what's been happening around that particular corner. Did not fancy the side-by-side through there rather sensibly, and lives to fight another clearways. And into Clark Curve. Nice tight entry. Gets the good exit. And the Mercedes of Chris Schneider, in fact, pulls into the pit. So Ingle will get that position. As you can see, one of the FRL cars. One of the ERS cars in the background. They've got FRL and ERS. They've got they do. There's a big collab there, so you see logos for both teams on both of their racing cars. But there's Ingal up into 16th position. Ooh, Romano just wiggling his way through. There's now a big gap between himself and Donadow. The blue flags, I'm sure, helping Donadow there. Chris Snyder, just confirmation he is definitely in the pits to take his second stop. Oh no, Scott Cameron no longer in the race, unfortunately. Skylar Loverink will finish for Bricks Racing. Brock into the pits. Pereira in the Lambo coming into the pits as well for stop number 2. Coming thick and fast at the moment. Dominic. Oh, almost got a look up the inside there. Oh, the Aston ran off track. All 4 tyres on the dirt, had no momentum. And again, he backs right out of it there. Not backing out of it this time, around the outside of Clark Curve, gets that one done very easily, and I think Coop might be coming at the pits. He is indeed. Ingle up another position then, and just looking at his, goodness me. Yeah, he's only 35 minutes into his stint. His first stint, in fact, was only 27 minutes long. So like Glimmer saying in the chat, looking for that good track position towards the end. Get the first stint done in 27 minutes. Their second stint, 56. Ingle's still got 30 minutes he can stay out on track. Schaber ahead of him has come into the pits most recently as well. But certainly a lot of the cars ahead of him. And in fact, there's Seglia coming in to take his pit. He was at the hour and 4 mark right at the end of his allowed stint timer. A few of the cars getting that way up at the front. And it is, of course, going to be Senatore that is mandatorily into the pits next. Whether that fits in his strategy or not, we will see. But he's certainly getting very close to the end of his stint timer. 14 seconds down on Depolito still. And Viale in 19th then. Closing in on Zagetti's car. That's still doing that. That's fine. But he is closing up. There's who was that? That was the FRL car, the Ferrari Zemo. Zerman, sorry. Zerman. Oh, Zerman's actually lost positions there. That wasn't blue. Oh, he's off track. Oh, wow. That's a rejoin you don't ever want to do. If you are looking for benchmarks for sim racing, I can assure you that's not how to rejoin. Yep. Reverse back on the grass, straighten the car up. You try and put the foot down like that, you're just going to spin. But there we go. So Sheens once again claiming another victim, and Zerman losing 2 positions and very nearly the front of his car from the passing traffic. He's got Viale and Alessandro now ahead of him. Christian Romano has come into the pits, so too Senatore. Now for me that's early for Romano, but he is the race strategist in Senatore. Back out on track. And Horvath coming into the pits as well. 15 seconds for causing a collision. Robin Bisath for the Mission Spin Now team. The penalty is coming through usually in integers of 5 or 15, so we'll see if there is any more added to that. I know it does seem like it stopped on the 15 seconds. Out in 9th, another name well known to me, Daniel Serregin of the Crazy Fly Racing team. He's coming out to take his pit stop. According to this, he is ahead of Romano. Wow, so got that move done in the pit stop by the look of it, and have come out in a lot of traffic. The one thing we were all just saying you want to avoid. Fenning Christoph, another name I know pretty well in the sim racing space for the GTR Masters, I tell ya. Speedy quick, this chap. So expecting, excuse me, Apologies, the microphone really is too good sometimes. Christoph will be very quick and a force to be reckoned with. We'll see what happens once the pit stops are all taken. Zerman, despite that off track, still looking to improve on his position as Rinaldi Wijaja comes in for the BEGO Racing Division. There is Zerman. As I discreetly try and grab a biscuit to keep myself going. Would anyone else like a piece of shortbread? I feel really bad here ruffling through my packet of shortbread. Would anyone else like a piece of shortbread? It's beautiful with a cup of tea. Gives you the sugary boost you need to keep commentating for hours on end. Barnard and Bellotti. Barnard and Bellotti both on their way out of the pits then. Oh no, Barnard just on his way in, sorry. Bellotti on his way in as well. So Senator back out in 7th. Romano back out in 9th place then. So not the pit stop his team would have been hoping for. He is back out at the wheel himself. So we will see how this stint goes for him. Quite a short one compared to his first one. Again, that could very well be strategy. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Speaking of strategy, Nachira race leader. That is him into the pits. Dipolito, who stayed out, and he stayed out again then, so he will maintain 2nd. Aleman in 3rd. Donadau in 4th, with Christoph now in 5th. So this is all going to change. Benjamin Elk up into 6th. Senator not far behind him. In fact, in 7th, Sergrin for the Crazy Fly car currently in 8th, with Romano not far down the road in 9th place. Again, once these pit stops sort themselves out, these positions will all change again as Davis and Viale come into the pits as well, as we approach that 2 hour 10 minutes into the race. Most of the cars are going to be in. We've seen one car miss the pit stint timer, unfortunately. And then they got disconnected from the server as well, just to rub salt into that wound a little bit more. That is one of the cars that is no longer in the server. There's Carl Van Horn. Carl Van Hoon, sorry. There's nothing funnier. People say Scotsmen can't say purple burglar alarm. Try saying Carol. Well, you're actually not saying Carol. If you know, you know. Yeah, but Carl Van Hoon out for the Astro Racing Team, 13th, and he is, again, on the deltas, a bit quicker than Ingle ahead of him. So Ingle will need to be very consistent in this lap. Benjamin Eck coming into the pits as well. Flat Out Sim Racing, the race leaders, have handed the steering wheel over to Christian Bertoncello. Hopefully I'm not massacring that name too badly. Dipolito is into the pits. That's going to put Fenning Christoph back up to 2nd. Raphael Zompel is out for the Mission Spin Now car. Ahead of Sergrin and Christian Romano, who has got Alex Martins back out the pits ahead of him as well. Oh, almost a bit of contact with the Bentley there. So this is all change at the moment. Fenning Christoph, sorry, will take the lead of the race. Bertoncello, wait a minute. So they've got the undercut done. They've got the undercut done by a lap. That is a change of lead of the race. They came in 2 laps earlier, and it's given them the lead. The GTR Masters are officially in the lead of the race. They have overturned that deficit, and Bertoncello is in 2nd place. Marco Keddy is back at the track in 3rd. And it's Senator then in 4th. Senatore in 4th. Serrigan in 5th, Zonpaul in 6th place, Alex Martin in 7th position for Project Reborn, and Christian Romano now finds himself in 8th with his teammate Alex Zakdal in 9th. Jakob Schaber back out on track and back into the top 10. 26 positions made up since lap number 1. Not too bad at all. The flat out sim racing team, their second car, the Audi, in 17th position at the moment, trying to get their way past. Is that still Zerman? It is still Zerman behind the wheel, and he's looking very quick. So that is a phenomenal drive then, and he's extended that gap out as well. So it is looking very much in the hands of the GTR Masters. Phenomenal undercut they've just pulled. 2 laps to go. 2 laps early. And it's giving them a lead, which is extending. Bertoncello is falling behind from Christoph then. Can Marco Kerry make any headroads into the gap? He's got 6.9 seconds to catch up to Bertoncello ahead through Surtees. Just making his way past. Robstra. Marco Keddy then. This could be the big one as Bertoncello finds a 4-second gap. Oh yeah, 4.2 now down to 4. 6.7 seconds, Keddy. So he's found 2/10 there. We'll have a quick bounce about and see what else is going on. The Italian Job, the OG film of Michael Caine is the best. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. That's my best mate. Twitch has 6 of them in a row. Kill any want to follow. Worse than Eurosport. Unfortunately, the ads on Twitch, not really sure how they get switched off, to be honest. But yeah, hopefully you can still enjoy some of the racing. Okay, so the lobby servers have recovered as well. I was just checking through Discord there. As I say, the servers have recovered, so the drivers should be able to get in and out. No problem at all now. Fingers crossed. But yeah, sorry, just reading through. So yeah, a couple of server issues, but the drivers do appear to be getting back in. So that is a good thing, especially if you weren't planning on doing the event solo. That's quite a shock to the system if you find out mid-race that you're going to be the only driver for your team. Up at the front, it's almost as you were between Keddy and Bertoncello. Bertoncello losing time hand over fist to Christoph, though. I did say that he was a speedy quick driver, and he is certainly proving that at the moment. Unfortunately, it does look like the clouds are clearing. So whoever it is that's out doing the rain dancing, you need to put a little bit more effort into it, because we're not getting any rain at the moment by the look of it. Bigiani for the Arrows Factory is out in 22nd at the moment, so he's going to take over a stint. Damien Jensen's back out. Petch is back out for the Adweiser team. We've also got Giacomo Palladino for the Italian Job coming out to take a stint. Matthew Duffin back out for Simply Racing car number 2 in that Bentley. Jerry Ramadan is back out as well. No other new names. Oh, Blake in 21st, sorry, I do apologise. Ross Blake for the Raccoons at Blue Racing coming out to take a stint as well. Gasolina is closing in on the cars ahead, which isn't Marcus Schaber because he's disconnected from the server. That is indeed Karel van Hoorn. And they're just being unlapped by last place as well. But we know the car in last place was running at top 10 pace, just got disconnected from the server and had to rejoin. Initially when they were rejoining means they've been put right to the back. I can assure you they're definitely not 77 laps down on the leader. If anything, they would effectively be onto... Yeah, they would be on the lead lap. If they hadn't been disconnected with the pace that they've got, they would still be on the lead lap. Yeah, so Fenny Christoph still leading the way. I'm just looking at that timing delta. Bertoncello really is dropping time. This Alex Zagdal, wow, that is a quick trip back into pits for Zagdal. Something is wrong there. He's only been out for 2 laps. Sorry, 5 laps. I do apologise. 5 laps. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's happened there, but Zagdal for the Eclipse Racing back into the pits. Jakob Schaber then started first, was in 20th, 22nd by turn 2, was 36th by turn 3. Well, I'm 95 laps in, 2 hours and 18 minutes under his belt, and up into 9th position. So phenomenal stints in lap times he's putting in at the moment. Hasn't quite cracked the fastest lap yet, but consistency will bring you home more prizes in a race than a fast single lap. Well, that's for sure. Just jumping on board, there we go. Marco Keddy is who I'm looking for. And Bertoncello is losing time everywhere at the moment. He's now 7.5 seconds behind Christoph in the lead. And Marco Keddy is looking for an extra podium position, to say the least, all over the back of the Audi at the moment. The Eclipse Racing Esports Aston Martin absolutely on fire. As I said, championship winner. This car won the first endurance series here at FRL. And certainly Keddy looking to bring home a serious podium finish here in season number 2, round number 3. This is round number 3. We've had Kailami and Monza so far. Some phenomenal races still to come. Watkins Glen, Indianapolis, Suzuka, Spa. Easily the best track in Belgium, despite what some might say. Gasolina. Oh, he's got the overtake done, and then he's fluffed his lines. And that is Sheens once again. Oh, and he's taken an Audi. Is that Alessandro? It is Ingmar Alessandro for Flat Out Sim Racing. Flying his way through. I heard a click. Nope. Thought I'd be joining the commentary box there. Hey, Domenico Bellotti, how we doing? I keep getting your car mixed up with a crazy fly, but yes, great first stint. Just finished my double stint. Amazing racing so far, very fun. Well, yeah, glad you're enjoying it. It's been quite the viewing spectacle so far. Oh, and it's, tell you what, it's not letting up anytime soon. Look at Marco Keddy. Oh, and into turn number 1. He's going to be side by side into turn number 2, surely. No, he's not. And the Audi's run deep. The Audi, no pressure there whatsoever. Could have held the race in line. Perhaps feels that he's maybe being put under too much pressure by the car behind, although he comes right back at it with Graham Hill Bend. Keddy around the outside onto Cooper Straight. Not much momentum lost by either. But it is second spot lost potentially for Bertoncello. He's going to come back on the exit of Surtees, but it is job done then by Marco Keddy. Although I say job done, Bertoncello right under that rear spoiler as they come down Pilgrim's Drop into Westfield. difficult right-hander to navigate. Keddy's definitely navigated it better than the Audi has. Bertoncello down into third place then. So certainly not the stint he would have been hoping for given the team's early pace. Benjamin Eck back in the pit. Yeah, the amount of confusion in my voice was accurate. They're back into the pits early again. A few of the teams having some really short stops. So yeah, there's definitely some kind of problem there. Benjamin Eck, his teammate was only out for 5 laps. He was out for 2. So I don't know if they've got a problem with the wrong brake pads. Would the brake pads have given up after 2 hours, 20 minutes? Yeah. If they had brake set 1 on, potentially. But that's a lot of pit stops for a team as quick as those. Sorry, easy for me to say. But yeah, Zach Dahl and his teammate. That's a lot of pit stops. That's 4 times they've been in so far. And that, you would argue, not likely to be a race-winning strategy. Dominic Ingle in the pits for the Gulf Iron Brew Racing Team. Let's just enjoy that livery for a moment. Phenomenal. Speaking of phenomenal, Christoph Fenning. 99 laps in, 8.4 seconds to the good over Marco Keddy of the Eclipse Racing Team. Bertoncello, 2.2 seconds down the road. And with the lap times that he's currently lapping at, he is going to be under serious threat from Vincenzo Senatore sooner rather than later. Almost 4 seconds of a difference between the two cars on that last lap there. Senator fairly consistently in the 23s at the moment. Bertoncello in the 25s. His lap before was 27, making his way through the traffic and being overtaken. Senator with 24.1, so bang on a second quicker than Bertoncello on that last lap. So made up 5 seconds in the last 2 laps. So a second a lap, 12 laps from now. These two keep this up, and Senator actually looking to break the fastest lap of the race. Oh, he's just lost it a little bit into Graham Hill. He'd actually found the 10th through turn number 1 there. So yeah, very quick there. Christian Romano was up into 6th place. He's got Zompel ahead of him in the Mission Spin Now Porsche. He's had some amount of battling going on, and he's got just Jakob Schaber, pole sitter, closing in behind. This is going to be an incredible close to this race. I might need to go down for a quick lie down in a darkened room a half an hour. About half an hour from now, I'll go and lie down for 20 minutes because, yeah, the closing stages of this are going to be absolutely electric when this final round of pit stops comes underway. The Simply Racing McLaren trying to get his way past the flat-out sim racing Audi. Alessandro looking to defend through Surtees, but on Pilgrim, down at Pilgrim's drop. He's going to be giving up a whole lot of slipstream. Oh, not enough to close up though. Oh, yeah, got a good run. The Audi still holding prime track position. Romano still holding Zompel to ransom at the minute. He's certainly got him hostage there at his Brock's car. Blake coming under pressure from Wilk, in fact, now that Wilk is back out of the pits. The Lambo looking pretty quick. The teammates very close to one another. We've got a battle going on just ahead of them with Bigiani. And the Bentley just being lapped there as well. In 15th, Dan Davis, who we were just watching, still trying to find his way past Alessandro. And big move there. Zerman very close to Gigetti as well. Oh, and the McLaren having a big wiggle on the run down to Graham Hill then. That's going to compromise his exit on the Cooper Straight. Really used a lot of the exit. That might well be close to a track limit violation. We've seen one drive-through from the in-game stewards so far. Hoping we don't see any more, but it definitely is likely, given that it is Brands Hatch with many do we still have. Still got 40 cars, so we've had 2 disconnects. Oh no, 3 disconnects, unfortunately. Oh, Wasaki Bostock, the driver we saw with the drive-through penalty for track limits, off track once again. Ross Blake just lapping the Bentley. He'll try and catch back up to Wilk. Davies still, look how close he's getting to Alessandro. No messing about along clearways. And Romano is absolutely flying as well. Still putting Zompel under all kinds of pressure. Let me just check. Kerry. Equilibrious gaps to 6.8 seconds separating out the podium. Romano still chasing down the hill. So too Zerman. Looking for that position. Dan Davies we can see just coming down the hill as well. Into Graham Hill Bend. Once again onto the Cooper Straight. Who runs the widest? Dan Davies gets 2 turns out. Having a look up the inside of Surtees. See that tight line there, is that going to get him the exit he wants? It's not. That's not where you want the car to be, and you can see that Audi is going to say thank you very much. Stretch that gap out. And give himself good solid track position for the next few corners, although right on that inside curb in. Perhaps feeling the pressure ever so slightly. Oh, and he's lost the back end. Alessandro feeling the pressure there. And once again, it's Sheens that is the driver's undoing. Plenty of action on ahead of him. As you can see, made it into Dingle Dell, no problem whatsoever. Right out on that outer left curve to make sure he gets as much acceleration as possible. Oh, the entry to Sheen. Look at the counter steer. Does manages to hold it, and there goes the position as the McLaren does take that spot then. So it is Dan Davis up into 14th position at the expense of Alessandro then. Romano, is he next in line for an overtake? He's got himself 3 tenths still. To try and find over Zompel. Again, the timing deltas indicate Romano is quicker out of the 2 of them. It's just finding that overtake, especially when you're both in exactly the same car. Setups will have a lot to play, as anyone that races on ACC will know. Setups pretty much key. But yeah, when you've got 2 of the same machine trying to overtake themselves around the track as tight as this, it is certainly a difficult proposition. One that I'm sure Romano is more than up to. Zompel, I'm sure, more than capable of defending as well. Wilk still trying to get his way past Baggiani as well. Zerman and Zagetti getting to themselves pretty close as well. FRL versus Zagetti course. Romano 10th down on that last sector, but he's coming up through Surtees down at Pilgrim's Drop. In the passenger seat of the Porsche, as you can see, clearly getting sunnier. The clouds, the grey clouds were gathering, but they have seen fit to part. So it could well be easy street to the end of the race for the drivers. Rear view mirrors for some reason not showing the other cars, but there is Wilt getting his way past Baggiani then. Finally getting that overtake done. And yeah, he is in the rear view mirror. Oh, you can see just how close he's getting, looking to retake that position. Wilk has worked hard for this one. Can he maintain it? Hour and 29 minutes. Oh, Zerman. Oh, right, okay. It's because Marcus Schaber is still on the telemetry board because he was disconnected from the server. That's why that name is different. But there we go. There's Zerman then, still for the FRL Ferrari, trying to get past. FRL McLaren, sorry, trying to get past the Zaghetti Course Ferrari into turn number 1. Van Hoorn, the next driver they're looking to catch up to, he's 8.5 seconds up the road, so they're going to have to make their way through this traffic. Still back on board with Romano, nothing doing there. Or is there in the right hander? He's got the slipstream but not able to use it, not able to close in through Graham Hill Bend. And on the straightaway, Bigiani as well looking to retake his position from Wilk. Oh, and just as we say that, actually, through Surtees, Bigiani not getting the exit he would have hoped for, and Wilk definitely did. He stretched that gap out. And there is blue flags there as well. In fact, I believe that was the battle we were just watching. Yes, it is. So that's Zerman and Zaghetti being unlapped. Or cars unlapping them against them. This is what happens 2.5 hours in. Cars are every place. Romano still in 8th place, unable to find his way past. Keddy has closed in a bit. The gap was 6.8 seconds to Christoph. It is now only 5.6. So he's found a second over the last 7 laps. So just over a 10th a lap. He'll be hoping to keep that pace up. Bertoncello now 10.9 seconds. Oh, Romano really running wide on the exit to Surtees there. That was almost problematic. Although I tell you, it hasn't done his momentum any harm, that's for sure. Really is very close there indeed. Oh, having a look up the inside. There's one of them backed out. No, not along Dingle Dell. He's back behind Zompol. Was side by side through Westfield. They've both made it through Sheens. There's another blue flag just ahead of them. Oh, and they've gone side by side on the exit as 37th place. And it just gets out of the way, Palladino. They're still battling up ahead of him, though. On their side by side once again along the start finish. The end of turn number 1. It's going to be Romano that's got the line. As you can see, Zompol opens up the corner to get as tight a line in as he can, but it is job done then by Christian Romano. He has been behind the post since he came out of the pits, and that's him got himself back up into 7th position. As I mentioned a few moments ago, on the timing deltas, it does look like Romano is the faster of the two over a single lap, so we'll see if that plays out while they're out here. And if he can stretch that gap, and in fact already out with Surtees, you can see a bigger gap between these two than there was when Romano was behind. So 7th place and making moves up through the field. He's got Alex Martin still ahead of him. For the Project Reborn, he'll be looking to try and catch up there with Daniel Serrigan. The crazy fly car back up into 5th position. So great drive by them. Senator still in 4th. Bertoncello is now coming under all kinds of pressure, in fact. Good thing we jumped back on there. So Bertoncello. So the Audi Flau Sim Race has gone from 1st to 3rd in this stint and now find themselves under serious pressure to hang on to that final podium position for the moment. That is Vincenzo Senator, who is behind. He has got the purple lap next to his name, and he has been lapping very quickly and consistently to make his way to catch back up. Zerman, in fact, as well. He is still trying to get his way past Zaghetti, but we'll hang on to this battle here for the moment. Eck catching up on Coupe as well, and Gasolina trying to get his way past Bigiani now that he's been overtaken by Wilk. Wilk on a bit of a charge himself, but you can see the Ferrari of Senator really is not hanging about. Right on the back of that Audi. Onto clearways and into Clark Curve. This is the final podium position that is in battle. And was that a double defensive move there by Bertoncello? Not 100% sure. It did look like he moved to the right and then back across to the left. Senator's positioned the car right in the middle of the track, asking which way he would like him to go round. Bertoncello hangs on to the racing line, runs a touch wide on the exit, no run wide for Senator. Into turn number 2, once again aiming himself right at that apex. Slightest gap, he is going to take it down the hill. Bit of a wiggle there by the Audi, he's going to lose momentum. Extra bit of braking into Graham Hill to keep the car under control. Oh, a lot of extra steering input there from Senator to keep the Ferrari going in the right direction. Up the inside of Surtees. Is he going to get it done on the exit? Both cars leave more than enough room, and it's a straight drag race now between the Ferrari and the Audi, and that's contact. That is contact in a straight line, and they're both now having to avoid. Wow! Serious avoiding action had to be taken there. Let's just watch this from Senator's point of view. So as we can see, the battle going absolutely phenomenally. They go side by side into Surtees, and then on the exit there's just a little bit of contact on the straight. Oh, and that unsettles them both at the last minute, and Aston Martin appears in front of the Ferrari. Code Brown clean up on aisle 3. That was very close to double death there, but they did both survive. We're on board with Christoph then, race leader, 5.8 seconds, making his way through some lapped traffic. Zerman still applying pressure to Szigeti ahead of him. Still trying to get that overtake done there. We've got Fuhrmann out on track as well. He is 24th place at the moment for the Mission Spin Now team, coming out to take a stint. Burgio with a 15-second penalty to serve the next time he comes in to the pits, which should be for another 30 minutes, given some of the stint timers. More people watching this than the VCO stream. Nice. So no pressure then. Hopefully you are all enjoying the race. There's been some serious action, and as I mentioned, there is going to be some serious action still to come when the final pit stops are taken. Zerman and Szigeti still very close as we're watching Christoph make his way through some of the blue flag traffic, not hindering his lap times too much, thankfully. Elk Zerman still trying to get an overtake done on Szigeti. Great defending so far by Szigeti. Bostock is out at the moment at 38, so there is one more car, so we'll have lost 3 cars due to server disconnects, unfortunately. Bostock out in 39th position. Matthew Duffin for Simply Racing, their second car in 32nd. Adwiser have got a car in 36th place, currently being guided by Jan Barth. Alan Brown from the No Alien Here team, 35th position. Bintang for the Y-Lab E-Racing team, currently running at 34th. Michael Firth, Mr. Floppy Fox, as I'm sure you all know, 33rd at the minute. Then the Tyre Sim Racing Esports team have got Christopher Flores out on track in 32nd. Giorgio Burgio in the Italian job car, 15-second penalty they've got to serve, currently 31st place. Then it's Yannick Pex, another one of the Adwiser Racing team car, 30th position. Then it is Damien Jensen and gang, 29th place at the moment. Some blisteringly quick lap times he's putting in as well. Back up to 29th. Fabio Giuffrida, another Italian job car, 28th. Then it's Chris Soter for FRL. He's taking over for the FRL car, actually, from David Brock. Good to see Dan, sorry. Then it is Jerry Ramadan for the BEGO Racing Division, 26. Robstra for the FRL Racing team in 25th. It's Fuhrmann, Mission Spin Now. One of their Porsches, 24th. Ross Blake for the Raccoons Racing Blue, easy for me to say. 23rd, Bigiani for the Arrows Factory team, 22nd. Then Gasolina in 21st. In the top 20 at the moment, Damien Wilkes in the Lambo for the Raccoons Red team. They've been Lamboed. You know when you've been Lamboed. Adam Coop for the Western Racing team in 19th, with Benjamin Elk for Eclipse Racing, 18th place. Demokis Kiss for the Project DK 17th place. Alex Kingston in 16th. Ingmar Alessandro for Flathouse Sim Racing. Not long been overtaken there in 15th. Dan Davis for Simply Racing, their lead car in 14th. Then Ilk Zerman still in 13th position for FRL. Still trying to get past Francesco Zagetti for Zagetti Corsa in 12th. Then it's Carol Van Hoorn for the Astro Racing team in 11th. Adam Foster for FDSR in 10th. Jakob Schaber for the MSR Esports Project Sakai team back up to 9th position. Unbelievable drive by that team. Wilson Fernandez no longer in, but still on the timing deltas. Excellent stuff. Rafael Zompel in 8th for Mission Spin. Now that's Christian Romano involved in so much action in this race. For Eclipse Racing, he's in 7th with Alex Martin, Project Reborn, in 6th position. Then it's Daniel Serrigan for Crazy Fly Racing. They're in 5th despite serving an extra 30 seconds in the pit stop for penalties. Then it is Vincenzo Senator Racing Point team, 4th place, and within a second of Bertoncello Flathouse Sim Racing in 3rd. Then is Marco Keddy, Eclipse Racing Esports. Cameraman struggling to keep up. He is moving so quickly. Fenny Christoph, as we mentioned, leading the way within only an hour and 17 minutes left to go. Well, people, good commentary, mate. Thank you very much. Yo, John, you're stuck everywhere. How are we doing this? I am everywhere. You're right. So, excuse me while I just wet the whistle ever so slightly with a cup of tea. Might need to make a fresh one soon. Yeah, I did some... I've done comedy here before, bud, on the Taco Tuesday. When I used to get to say Taco Tuesday once a week when I was doing their Taco Tuesday on the PlayStation 5. There we go. That's what you're like, the white line on the road. Absolutely everywhere and no escape. You're welcome. But no, it's been a phenomenal race so far. 4 hours of Brands Hatch, 42 cars started. We had a couple of server issues, which meant team drivers couldn't get in, so a couple of teams have had to back out. We've still got 39 out on track, and an incredible battle still taking place for podium positions. As Bertoncello is still fending off the fastest car on track, which is Vincenzo Senatore. Oh, just looking at that gap up at the front, actually, Keddy's lost about a second to Christoph up at the front. Looking at the track map, a lot of action going on with the blue flags. And no more notifications there, so that is perfect. But still, Senator. And this isn't just a gratuitous attempt for me to get the Ferraris on screen as much as possible. These two are the closest on track, and this is a battle for the podium. Given the stint timers between the two of them, it is going to be Senatore that's going to have to come in. Oh, he's going round the outside of turn number 2, down the hill. Oh, there's a little bit of contact mid-corner there. He's right over the outside apex, and the Ferrari's going to have the inside line through Graham Hill Bend. Straight shoot. Oh, and along the Cooper Straight, right out on the AstroTurf for Bertoncello. And Senator back on to the podium after 99 laps. That's quite the comeback drive. Not quite the comeback, obviously, that Jakob Schaber is on. 9th place. These are up to. We've seen them off track several times so far. And still making a monstrous charge for the top spot. Incredible to see. Bertoncello. Is he now going to lose time to Daniil Serrigan? The Crazy Fly team, another team with strength in depth, it is safe to say. The first driver out. Serrigan is out at the moment. Oh, Strelnikov. Of course it was Strelnikov for the opening stint. And already that gap down to 1.7 seconds as the gap to Bertoncello and Senator increases to 1.3. Speaking of increasing, Marco Keddy, the gap there increased to Fenning Christoph. Christoph absolutely flying. Another 1 minute 24.1, and he's less than a tenth of a second from setting the fastest lap of the race as well. So the BMW really is absolutely flying. Yep, on every road. Hope the new update sorts server joining, but I won't hold my breath. Yeah, I mean, in the list of things would be nice for them to fix, that would definitely be right up there with one of them. Definitely. Zerman looking close to this Ferrari again then. Can't quite manage to find these way past though. The two, their lap times, very, very similar indeed. Only a tenth separating them. And the timing boards do actually suggest that they do actually lap at pretty much exactly the same pace. So you feel that if Zerman does get past, I don't think it's going to be a breakaway situation for him if he does. Daniel Seregen already onto the back of Bertoncello. So Bertoncello gone from first down to fourth, and at the moment is looking most likely to be overtaken in the next few laps. Can he hang on to this position until the next pit stop? At the moment, his current stint time, he's only been out for 39 minutes. Seregen, in fact, been out for 51. So Seregen will be home. Oh, and that's Senator. He's just run off track for absolutely no reason whatsoever. What's going on there? An unforced error from the podium sitter then. Yeah, as I was saying, Daniel Seregen, his car's been out already for about 55 minutes. So he is going to be coming in less than 14 minutes. Whereas Bertoncello and Senator, they've only been out for 39 and 43 minutes respectively. As I talk over the replay that I was planning on watching, he did run himself a bit wide there, give himself a whole lot of hard work, and that is the move finally done then. Well, I say finally done. Seregen getting that move done a lot sooner than most have against Bertoncello. It was out of Clark Curve into turn number 1 down the hill. Seregen in fourth position at the expense of Bertoncello. And there's what I was looking for there. Carl Van Hoorn. Okay, so they've got the race leader just making their way through as well. So he was very close to Zerman there. But they've had to give that position up. And in fact, there's a Lambo coming to unlap himself. That's Wilk looking to unlap himself if he can. But he backs right out with that one. Doesn't want to go side by side through Clark Curve. The car 10 places higher. Understandably so. Oh no, 7 places higher. Sorry, not 10. It's only 7 place difference between the two. So, Seregen then, what can he do against Senatore? We know Senatore is the fastest car on track, although Fenny Christoph certainly threatening to break that lap time every time he goes round this car. Christoph been out for 44 minutes on this stint. Keddy 39. Senatore 45 minutes. Seregen 53 minutes. And Bertoncello 41 minutes. So it is going to be Seregen who's going to have to come in sooner than any of the rest of the teams in that top 5. And yeah, Keddy, in fact, is going to be able to stay out the longest again. So 1 hour, 4 minutes and 50 seconds was Keddy's first stint. He made the stint timer by 10 seconds. His teammate then did 1 hour 3. So these two have put in the longest 2 opening stints. Very close, Bertoncello and Nashira there in 5th place. But certainly Keddy and the gang stretching out those first pit stops, and that has worked wonders in the standings for them, obviously. Second place. And Serrigan and Senatore, and Bertoncello, again, losing time handover first. 2.7 seconds he is down. Already on the drivers ahead. Zerman's still not been able to find a way past his Yeti then. But they do have lots of blue flag action. That is the race leader coming through. That's also Astro Racing going to make their way through as well. They'll all fall back into single file to make it through Surtees. Can't see a blame in that corner. Is a certified nightmare. An hour and 8 minutes left to go. As I say, we're going to see some pit stops pretty soon. And yeah, 2 hours since my last pit stop. So what I'll do is I'll get myself a drink poured. I wonder if I think James was going to pop in actually, but then he might be getting ready for his last stint. So we'll see if he does. But yeah, this is all going to come crashing together once the final pit stops are taken. Oh, drive-through for track limits. That's the second one we've seen so far. And it's the Bentley of Matthew Duffin for Simply Racing's second car. And yeah, drive through straight in to get that served and out of the way. And Robbie Robstra for the FRL racing team in the Ferrari. Of course, the car, FRL's founder James Williams is driving in as well. 25th place at the moment. They've got Blake just ahead of them. Blake, one of the Raccoon racing team cars. Again, you've got to absolutely love the way they've got the Batman logo on the front of the car, and it's incredible. It looks really good. Oh, up the inside. Beautiful move there by Robster. Takes the apex in turn number 1. Plenty of room left by Blake. Oh, and that's a bit of a wiggle by the Porsche. That extra pull you've seen there by the Porsche, that wasn't fully intentional. That is the dip in the road that I was talking about at the start of the programme. That will certainly pull the car over in that manner. Well done to both for avoiding going off track. That could have been a massive one there. Daniel Serrigan, as we're looking down the order, he's closed right in on Senatore then. 2.5 tenths. Oh, and that is a big wiggle there by the Ferrari, and he's going to maintain the middle line. The Crazy Fly car surely going to have the run on the exit to Stirling's. Once again, Sheens being the undoing of drivers right through the field. Crazy Fly right round the outside then. Is he going to make this one stick into turn number 1? This is a battle for the final podium position with one more pit stop to take. Each these two teams know that this is the points paying positions they want to be in. And the Crazy Fly car up the inside of turn 1. Ferrari looking for the comeback. Full Tony Hawk rail sliding down the inside Kerbin, but it is Serrigan who gets that overtake done, and he needed to do that given the difference in the stint timers. He is coming into the pits very soon indeed. Let's just have a look at that battle again then, as I realise for the third time my cup is empty. So there's literally no point in tilting the back of my head there. But they're coming down through. Again, along Dingledale, all seems fine. Bit late on the brakes. Bit of a oversteer on the way into Sheens. And that paid to Senatore's podium position for the moment. As you can see in the drag race, the Aston Martin going right round the outside. A bit braver on the brakes. The Ferrari right on the inside. Then all the action as they come into turn 1. The Aston Martin pops right back on the inside. Says to the Ferrari, I'm taking this inside line. The Ferrari then pulls back, goes on the inside line right over that inside Kerbin. Almost beached. But it is Serrigan then who's up into third place. Oh, never to go, and it's only just getting interesting. Not that it's not been interesting so far, but it really is. As I say, once these final pit stops are taken, These top 10 are going to be right on top of one another, and that is going to include Jakob Schaber. He took pole position. Less than a tenth of a second separated the top 3 drivers in qualifying. Schaber, unfortunately, caught up in a lap 1 incident. Oh, and he's just done it. The one concern I had was the timing of his pit stop. He's currently been out for 1 hour and 2 minutes, and so he is fine to come in now. It's a 65-minute stint timer, of course, but he's been out for 1 hour and 2 minutes, 1 hour 3 minutes, so he is going to be coming into the pits on this lap to take his final pit stop. So we'll see where he comes back out and just how much of a charge he can make back for the top. There we go. Tea bag of sugar in the cup. And there he is, Schaber, right on cue. Straight into the pits. This will be a quick one now. Who's going to come back out? That is the big question. So yeah, we've got Schaber in the pits. Is he going to come back out, jumping down the order? There's Bertoncello coming into the pits as well then. So that's going to promote Romano. Is Schaber coming out for a second stint? This is the Raccoon Lambo. And note, Johnny Manarm is coming out to finish the race for the MSR Esports team. And we'll just let him get through a timing board, a timing delta, and we shall see where exactly he has come out. It's going to take a second or two to do so. Senatore then. His fly's looking quick. There's now 8 tenths. It's separating him and Serrigan. Since Serrigan got that gap, that's worked out well for him. That's clicked in my ear again, but there's no one there. Oh, and it is Matteo Machira that's come back out for the Flat Out Sim Racing team. So that was, of course, the next question. And it is going to be Machira, long-time race leader. Now out in 8th position. And that's 2nd place just ahead of him. So he could not have timed that pit stop any worse. Given the traffic he's in, that is a lot of traffic ahead. And the car directly ahead of him is the car in 2nd. So he's going to have to carefully unlap himself again 2nd while trying to safely make it through the rest of the field. Zerman's still unable to get his way past the Jetty, but he's now being hurried along by Karl Van Hoorn. These 3 separated by just on half a second as well. Oh! And that is once again Sheens. That corner needs to come with a public health warning. We see Van Hoorn just ever so slightly getting it wrong. And this is Stirling, so this is where he corrected it. Thanks very much, replay, hanging me out to dry. But that is another car that we've seen come a cropper in Sheens. Several cars so far have been claimed. Sermon and Sagetti both straight into the pits as well then. So they've come in together. Will they come out together? They're going to have an hour left on track. And the top 5 are all going to be coming in soon as well. Stir a cup of tea. Oh, that's Senator just making his way past the FRL Mercedes. And oh no, that's not Senator, sorry. Who am I talking about? This is Kerry that we're on board with. And as I say, yeah, he's got the one-time race leading Aston Martin right behind him, trying to unlap himself. So an interesting dynamic then. What I do know about Keddy is He's been out on track for 50 minutes, so he does still effectively... Oh! 15 minutes before he needs to take his pits. So it's all about managing the tyres and fuel at the end, or not so much managing, given that you'll potentially have less than 45 minutes left to go for that final stint. Skalmani is going to have an extra trip into the pits. Drive through from the track stewards for violating track limits. Dan Davies has just been overtaken then. Carl Van Hoorn getting that one done. In fact, he got it done a lot earlier than that replay is going to catch. So they are still very close, but it is Van Hoorn that is up into 11th position. Johnny Manurn for the MSR team. Blue flagging his way through there. Currently in 10th. Still got pit stops to take, though. 127 laps in for the lead drivers. Oh, Sergen into the pits. Again, I did think that was coming pretty soon. Given his stint timers. So, yeah, Daniil Sergen. 1 hour, 4 minutes, 33 he did for his second stint. 57 minutes he's left to go, and it will be Sergen that's going to finish the race for the Crazy Fly team. Lots more drivers to come in the pits still. And yeah, need a little bit more sugar in the tea. Yeah, 57 minutes left to go. I need a very quick pit stop myself, so we'll pop this on auto. I hope you're all enjoying the racing. I will be back momentarily. And yeah, we'll see what action that brings us as Kiss and Jafrida into the pits as well. Yes, back shortly. Jensen, it was the lack of cup of tea. It's same as the pit stops for the drivers. They put fluid into the cars. I've got to put fluid into myself and remove some as well. Marco Keddy is still out on track, as I thought he might be, given his stint timer is still at 56 minutes. He's got 9 minutes. He can remain on the track. Senatore into the pits, as I suspected. He was right at the end of that stint timer. Martin, 57 minutes into his stint, so he's roughly the same time as Keddy. He is going to be coming in. And then Christian Romano in 4th place comes in to the pits. Fenny Christoph has been in and out. I believe, yes, he has. So he's going to finish the race for the GT Masters team. And he will, I believe, retake the lead of the race when Keddy and Martins come into the pit. Certainly when Martins comes in, he'll get the overtake done there. Zompol making up a couple of positions, but again, he's going to have to come into the pits fairly. So, no, 7 minutes he's still got. 7 minutes is a long time at Brands Hatch, given it's only 1 minute 24, 1 minute 25 for a race lap. And I almost spilt my jug of milk. Let's move that out of the way. So we're on board with Rafael Zompol at the moment, actually. He's got himself well past Romano, but again, he's going to have to come back into the pits. There is Romano just being overtaken by Nachira then. Now. Oh yeah, and he is not long out of the pit, so that is for position. So the flat-out sim racing car, I've got that one done in the pit stops, and they are going to be able to stay out. They won't have quite the same amount of rubber on the tyres at the end, but it is less than an hour that they're going to be out there, so it shouldn't affect them too much. He's just trying to make his way through the field there. Gasolina. Oh, that's an unfortunate one. Double contact there. We'll get this one from Helicam. It is Jerry Ramadan that is ahead of him. Ooh, the BMW not getting the most planted exits there out of Stirling's, it has to be said. Along Clearway, it does seem to be down on power against the Porsche, which is saying someone in a straight line. Oh, and a bit of netcode there as well, actually, for being fair. That did look like the BMW came to somewhat of a shuddering halt, but that certainly put a shuddering dent in their plans to get into the top 15. Marco Keddy. All about the stint timer. 59 minutes of his stint so far. Meaning he's got, 59 minutes and 43 seconds. He's got about 6 minutes left. Slightly more time than Martins in second place. Christoph closing in. Zompol is cutting it close as well. He's just reached and breached the hour mark, so he needs to get himself into the pits as well. Romano, according to this, he's only just out. 8th place, though, he's back out. As we see, another car on the side of the road. I'm not going to try and find out who that is because I want to see what's happening with, Davis and Benjamin Eck. Now, Benjamin's car, 13th position at the moment. James is back out as well. Excellent, here he is. In the Ferrari. Just been blue flag. 24th place for them at the moment. What do we have? Still got 37 cars out on track with Socky Bostock in the pits. Omran closing in on Soter as well. Williams still closing in on Coop. Ekman still into the pits. And in comes Marco Keddy. And he should be followed straight in by Alex Martins as well. No, Martins stays out. Wow. That is a brave move by Martins. Oh no, 1 hour 2. Right, okay, yes, he still does have time. Excuse me. to make it into the pits. But that's Keddy in. Here comes Christoph. Yeah, Keddy will be filling up with fuel. Or not fully fueling, of course, 48 minutes. Still stationary. Ferry Christoph retakes the lead then. Or retakes second. And he will take lead. Here comes Dipolito. So alternating stints for the Eclipse Racing Esports team. Currently showing in fourth. Zompel did make it through, but he's going to come into the pits very soon. Alex Martin's going to be coming in, I believe, at the end of this lap. Ooh, Dipolito on the cold tyres. Running deep in turn 2. Little mistakes like that can be very costly at the end. Johnny Mannerm for the MSR Esports Project Sakai car. Currently in 9th place. It is Romano still ahead of him in 8th, and a couple of drivers ahead to take pit stops, but it's a great comeback drive so far as Alex Martins for the Project Reborn team coming to take their pits. Oh, that is a good cup of tea. And that will be their last pit stop, 134 laps in. They'll be looking to run right to the end. Here comes Christoph along clearways with a nice clear bit of track ahead of him as well, actually. Now that I'm looking at this, he does have a fair bit of space and time around him. Zompel, I think, needs to come in on this pit as this 1 hour 3. Yeah, he's going to have to come in on this pit stop. But that is a good stint time he's put in there. 1 hour 4 minutes. Ooh, almost clips that there. So Zompel and Martins both into the pits. Dipolito. Wow, I've totally missed that. Daniil Serregin is up into second position. How have I missed that? Oh. Yeah, Dipolito this point is already well down. Yeah, so Serregin up to second place. That's an incredible... Does he still... yeah, I'm looking at this. Yeah, so Serregin has been into the pits. It's saying that Keddy... Okay, something seems to be up with the telemetry that... Oh, okay. Why would you not put enough space? Right, okay, yeah, so Serregin did get the undercut done there. Another Hudmutt's choice. He came in after a 1 hour 4 minute stint. And he did lap a bit earlier than Keddy and Dipolito, and that is nearly a Lamborghini in the wall, but he avoids it beautifully. But that's paid dividends for Serregin then, up to second place. So a phenomenal race for them to overcome a 30-second penalty in their first stint to now be only 10 seconds off the lead and fairly comfortably ahead of Fulvio Dipolito. 5.4 seconds, in fact, Senator behind Dipolito. Can they get themselves back on to the podium? We are... done with the final pit stops. I believe every car... no, Alex Kingston's story still has to come into the pits. He's in 10th place at the moment. So yeah, the Gulf Iron Brew Racing team, they... Whoops. Falling off my chair. They do need to come in and take a pit stop. Still, they're coming close to the end of their stint timer, so a couple of positions are going to change there. But this now is effectively a sprint race to the end. Oh, a Senator. Oh, wow. How has he managed to hold on to that? let's take another quick look at this. Yeah, so Alex, well down the road there. Senator, right, this is Dingle Dell. Not another Sheen's incident, surely. Oh, wow. He did have to hold on to the back of the car there. Through Stirling's. Looked okay. But Martins is ahead, so where did that overtake come? Into Clark Curve. Oh, all the counter steer. Let's have a standing ovation for that save. He kept it on the track, but he didn't keep the position, as we can just see the Aston Martin go right round the outside. And again, almost hanging on to that. And an extra bit of steering input just to make sure he didn't go off track. And that's an incredible driving there by Senator, really pushing to try and get himself onto the podium, and it's ended up costing him a position. So Senator then, he's going to have to do all the chasing once again. Now 6 seconds separating Sergeant from Depolito, and 6 seconds separating Depolito from Martins, and therefore over 6 separating Depolito from Senatore. So the podium battle is on the back burner for the moment. Drive-through penalty for track limits for Adam Coop and the Wesset Racing team. Only the third one we've seen this race, which is not bad going at all. Ramez Om ran up to 28th position. Fabio Gobato for the Italian job out for a stint. And also we've got Abda Azkaya, my apologies, for the YLab E-Racing team. Out for a stint as well. A few of the drivers, Michael Firth and the gang, getting it all done. Oh no, drive-through for track limits, 3 laps remaining. Who's just been given that? Well, there we go. Just let that one sink in for a moment. Fastest car on track. Vincenzo Senatore has picked up a drive-through for track limit violations. Long-time race leader Matteo Nacira will be promoted to position. So too Christian Romano and Alaman could well be promoted as well. Johnny Mannerm, if he gets another position here, that would be quite the comeback. Started on pole, by turn 2, 22nd, by turn 3, 36th. We're now 40 minutes left to go, and he's up into 9th. So phenomenal team effort there from the MSR team. Senatore, absolute heartbreak for him. That drive-through really does put pay to any hopes he had of getting himself a podium position. Now equilibrious gaps of 8 seconds separating first and second and third. Sergen just making his way past Natazio and the other flat-out sim racing Audi. Blue flagging past another Aston as well. Depolito just down. Alex Martins gifted that position then. And he's going to hang on to that as well, you would think, given the Senator's going to have to come into the pits, and the Chira 10 seconds down. So Martins. And yeah, the flat out, not flat out, sorry. Senator is going to have to come into the pits on his next lap for Racing Point. And that is going to be a loss of quite a few points. Daniel Krischneider for the Project DK is caught right up to the back of Alex Zagdal. Not sure what's going on with Zagdal's car this race. They've had multiple trips into the pit. And at one point, 3 trips into the pits in the space of 8 laps. And given that most of the cars are on a 3-stop strategy, yeah, you don't need to be a math genius to figure that that is massively detrimental to any hopes you've got finishing up near the sharp end of the grid. A pity for drivers so quick, but yeah, whatever it was that ailed them, It did so about 90 laps in, and then 3 trips into the pits in the space of 7 or 8 laps, and not the type of thing you need when you're going for top 10 honours. Fenning Christoph then, very easy since it's been out to the front. Some blue flags to make his way through. Had some serious battling. Again, this is going to be, or not again, this will be VODed, so make sure you go back if you missed the start. Go back and watch the start. The battle between the top 5, absolutely incredible. And as soon as one car dropped out through penalty or pit stops, another one jumped straight in there to pick up the slack and continue on with the battle in action. Very curious to see what happens here. Senator already back out. That's the Gulf Iron Brew car. Is through. Johnny Manor a bit far back. The Mission Spin Now car a bit far back as well. So Senatore will hang on to 7th position for the moment. 37 minutes left to go. We'll get what type of gap he's got over Christian Romano. Christian had a great race himself, and he's actually closing in on the Chira there in 5th position. So the grandstand finish we were promised is certainly coming to life as Romano closes in on the Chira. 10 seconds down, Senatore is on Romano, so you think that one done and dusted. Scalmani did get a drive-through penalty as well for track limits. He's still closing in on Hill ahead of him. So could still be changes there at the midfield. But Zoggy Bostock is back out on track after serving that drive-through. Definitely leaving enough room. I think he's doing himself a bit of a disservice with the amount that he's lifting, but he's doing his absolute best to get to the end of the race and not contact any of the other cars. Maybe carrying a bit of damage as well. Does seem to be going a bit slow along that start-finish straight. But certainly still in the race. Andrew Taylor for Simply Racing, their second car. Palladino no longer with us. Fabio Gabato for the Italian job. Then it's the No Alien Here team in 35th. 34th is YLab E-Racing. Advisor Racing, 33rd. Then it is Tire Sim Racing in 32nd. Novak for the Advisor's second car in 31st place. Michael Firth single-handedly taking this one on in 30th. Soter in 29th for FRL. And it's Ramez Omran with Damien Jensen in 28th. Giuffrida, the Italian job, in 27th. James Williams in 26th place for FRL. Prahastia for the BEGO Racing Division in 25th. Then it's Raccoon Racing Blue Rosblake in 24th. Adam Coop for Wesset Racing in 23rd. Gaz Gasolina in 22nd. Silas Firmran for the Mission Spin Now team in 21st. And inside the top 20 is Massimo Viale for the Arrows Factory Racing. Then the Lamboleo Raccoons Red, Rafael Pereira there in 19th. Natazio in 18th for Flathouse Sim Racing. With Project DK in 17th. Eclipse Racing in 16th. It's Scalmani for Sagete Corsa in 15th. And Craig Hill for FRL in 14th. Astro Racing in 13th with that car disconnected. Simply Racing's first car, Dan Davis guiding that. McLaren in 12th place. Then it is Dominic Ingle. The Gulf Iron Brew car in 11th. Luke Barnard FDSR in 10th. And then it is MSR Esports in 9th. There is Alaman for the Mission Spin Now car in 8th place. And then it is 7th for Racing Point. ERS in 6th. Flathouse Sim Racing in 5th place. Project Reborn in 4th. Eclipse Racing in 3rd. Crazy Fly Racing team in 2nd. And the GTR Masters Endurance team currently completely cleaning house with an 8-second gap, which they are comfortably maintaining at the moment up at the front of the grid. 33 minutes left to go. And barring divine intervention or track limit, obviously still the potential to see drivers getting an extra trip into the pits, unless they are extremely wary of the track limits. Oh, and just as I say that, there is another car being given a drive through. It's one of the FRL cars. It is Chris Soter, 29th. That's going to be a loss of a couple of positions. Michael Firth will see himself inside the top 30 then after that penalty is served. And there is Romano. Just as we'll have to duck under the advertising bridge there. Romano really applying the pressure to Nishira at the moment. And then Nishira, at one time race leader, now battling to hold on to 5th place. The Audi and the Porsche really are going at it. That is the drive-through being served by Soter for the FRL car. So that'll be him free to continue into Stirling. You can see Romano all over the back of the Tazia. The Bentley just getting himself very quickly out of the way for 3 cars there, in fact, into Clark Curve. The Porsche looking absolutely planted. Definitely no easy task getting the overtake done on the Chira. Can Romano get that done? Christoph losing time for the first time since he's come out of the pits, down to 7.7 seconds between himself and Sergeant. 30 minutes left to go. Is Sergeant looking to get a race win here? Can he overturn 8 seconds? He is slightly faster than Christoph at the moment, but there is a long way and a lot of traffic still to make their way through. Down Pilgrim's Drop, we're still on board with Christian Romano. This is the battle for 5th position. Oh, and Alex Martins has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 23.372. A lot of the cars in the 23, so the track conditions certainly evolving in the driver's favour. A lot of rubber laid down on the track after 3.5 hours of racing, you would imagine. And yeah, a lot of cars now popping in times in the 23s. In fact, most of the top 10, Dominic Ingle as well in 11th place is doing 23s at the moment, 23.9, his quickest time. But Martin's in the Aston looking like he's going to take fastest lap honours at the moment. Still 30 minutes left to go for the other drivers to pop their hat in the purple lap ring. Romano within 4/10 down that hill, still all over the back in the Chira. He will be patient though. That's one thing Romano has. Something you might not believe if you've seen his commentary. It's phenomenally excitable. Absolutely the best commentator ECC has ever been fortunate to have. But yeah, absolutely as calm as a coma when it comes to getting the job done on track. He'll be more than happy to patiently wait for his opportunity. Not quite so patiently waiting then is Alex Martins. He set the timing boards alight with the fastest lap, and he is looking to take the podium position that the Eclipse Racing Esports Aston Martin has worked so very hard to get their hands on. Less than half a second. So ERS involved in 2 of the closest closing battles. Martin's in deep elite. I'm not sure why it showed Martin's ahead there temporarily. You could clearly see he was still behind. Oh, big wiggle there on the way down the hill. That, of course, enforced by that dip in the tarmac. Romano within half a second. Oh, just making their way past another Aston Martin as well. Oh, Martin, look how close he's now got along the Cooper Straight into Surtees. There was only 2/10 between them. They're into Surtees, both of them taking exactly the same line. 3 Aston Martins in the top 4, being led at the moment by a BMW. Romano looking to get that Porsche into the top 5 at the expense of the Audi. Almost identical gaps between 3rd and 4th as there is between 5th and 6th. It just goes to show you the level of talent between all of these drivers. Oh, and the rear gunner of Martins there, absolutely flying. Oh, be careful into Sheens, just hanging on in there. into sterlings. It's still ERS in 3rd and 6th place. Romano looking to get up to 5th. Dippolito looking to hang on to 3rd. It's going to be a big task though, because Martins is absolutely flying at the moment out of the Clark's curve. He's definitely got a good run. We're going to see him get very close in the braking zone of turn 1. Has a look up the inside. He really needs to keep this on the apex. They've both left one another enough room, and that is a beautiful move by Alex Martins to cap off the fastest lap of the race. He's got himself on his team. Project Reborn on to the podium with a phenomenal overtake there. Can Dippolito find anything to fight back? Given the pace that Martins is showing, that is definitely going to be a tall order. Christian Romano then. ERS down a position with Dippolito. Can they improve on their position with Romano? Car 23 has been disqualified by race control. So they will no longer be in the race, potentially causing incidents. Let's just check if I've got any notifications on Discord. Right, okay, yep, just keeping up to date with what's going on. Server's also running fine. But yeah, a few incidents for car number 23. So they have been removed. Fulvio Dippolito then. Is he being gifted another chance at a podium coming through the traffic? That is the FRL Mercedes. They're just making their way past. Doesn't manage to use the traffic to close that gap up as much as he would have liked. Romano just coming through turn 2 down towards Graham Hill once again. I just broke my watch, phenomenal. But Romano 6'10", so that gap again between 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th, those gaps pretty much identical. So just goes to show you how equilibriously these 4 drivers are getting their way around the track. Romano 6/10, Dippolito within half a second still. Romano now 3/10. This does look like it's going to be where the closing battles will lie. Down the rest of the field, most of the drivers looking just to get themselves to the end. Tazio back into the pits. That'll be for that last pit stop to get that done and out the way after the early pit stop. I thought that would have worked in their favour. Gabato got a bit of damage, so his Porsche is going to have to come into the pits as well. Rafif Prahastya for the BEGO Racing Division has got Jafrida, the Italian job driver, just ahead. He's looking for an overtake there, get himself inside the top 25 potentially. Oh! A couple of cars just popping themselves off the track there. And that is going to be Prahastya then up that position. So we're tuned in just at the right time there. Dippolito still all over the back of Martin since Martin's got the overtake done. And Christian Romano, safe to say, still firmly planted to the back in the Cheera's car as well. The Audi and the Porsche completely inseparable since they've got themselves out of the pits. Oh, there we go, and we've just had a notification. We are actually going to get some rain, but it's going to be in 30 minutes. So literally a few seconds after the checkered flag drops, the rain is going to fall. Ah, well. To anyone out there that did go out in the back garden and do a rain dance, I salute you. But unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in our attempts on this race. We live to dance another day. The drivers, I'm sure, will be more than grateful there isn't going to be precipitation hampering the end of the track. It would certainly make it an interesting one, depending on the strength of the rain. How you then get to the end of the race on dry tyres in wet conditions, but not going to be something the drivers have to contend with. 23 left to go, so about 15 laps. Well, we're up to 151 already, actually. As that cuts out and kicks back in, perfect timing. Down the hill, still on board with Romano. The rest of the field, as I say, pretty spread out at the moment. And Dipolito coming through that last traffic, that gap between himself and Martins. That's a cup of tea kicked over. Excellent. Himself and Martins. And that gap. Oh, that's Frida just been blue flagged. Yeah, being separated ever so slightly then by that 1 second. Sergeant is closing in on Christoph. The gap down to 4 seconds. So realistically, if it wasn't for that 30-second penalty, Sergeant and the gang would be comfortably leading this race. 3.8 seconds to make up in the closing stages, as he's just making his way past Aleman in 8th place then. And that BMW is currently 27th. Oh yeah, Protaska. Sergeant comfortably through. 4.1 seconds. There's the Adweiser car. Oh, it's a 15-second penalty. Oh, and it's back to worse for Senatore then. Looking like they were going to get a podium early doors in the race. They're now in 7th place in a 15-second penalty. Although, to be fair, I'm not 100% sure that'll be enough for them to lose a position, given the gap that they've managed to manufacture for themselves ahead of Aleman there in 8th. But still, nevertheless, that 15 seconds will be added to the race time at the end, given that all the pit stops have been taken. Yeah, so Romano can certainly breathe a sigh of relief. He won't have to worry about a car coming up from behind to try and overtake. Even if he does, he's going to maintain that position. So he can now fully concentrate on the job of getting himself into the top 5 at the expense of Mattia Nachira. Dipolito certainly not giving up on the fight with Martins, as the two Aston Martins still separated by less than a second. Sergren now within 3.8 seconds of the race lead. And that's Martins that were on board. Well, let's see Romano again. Once again, down Pilgrim's drop. Very little separating these two. Good run through the right-handers. Romano slightly quicker again. Ooh, a little bit of a lift there. You could hear in the engine. Very hot into the corner. Manages to maintain it though. Good on the brakes. Into Sheens. They've got a car ahead of them that was just off track as well. Into Stirling's. Oh, could have been a bit tighter on the inside there for Romano. That's going to give Nachira, as you can see, the eggs that he was looking for into Clark's curve. And across the start-finish line, he's done exactly what he needed at the end of the lap there. And we have... oh, an issue with another one of the cars. Oh, they've selected the wrong driver. Hopefully we can get that fixed for them. 3/10, still separating these two. There we go, that's that just being fixed at the moment. So Hill and Krishna, I thought they were quite close there actually, but they have separated themselves out. Oh, now that they've been DQ'd, I'm not sure he'll be able to take back over. Pending penalties thrown out to clear back. Ah, okay, there we go. That sorts that one then. Perfect. Oh, blue flag. Oh, that's Romano. Still chasing. That's Andrew Taylor. They're just making their way past. You can see just how close those two still are. And in fact, someone just caught my eye. Michael Firth. Gasolina's got a 5-second penalty. A 10-second penalty, in fact, as there is Michael Firth. Is that for position? Oh, Sheens. Undone by Sheens. Another driver falls foul of that right-hander. And with 17 minutes left to go, is he going to be able to close back up and get another run at that overtake to get himself up to 29th? We will certainly see, as we saw past the BMW. Oh, that BMW has got a bit of damage. Needs to get himself out of the way, which he does. So still Romano in the Chira. Okay, they selected a driver that's not there, and then DSQ'd them to get them back in. Nicely done. Still on a charge though. Is Romano. Very closely matched these two for pace, as you can tell. Romano will be hoping to push and get himself into that top 5. And the Chira, of course, will be hoping to fend him off. We'll have a quick look around the rest of the field. See how everyone else is getting on. It's been a phenomenal race so far. What an opening few laps it was. We've seen some runners and riders drop down. Manorm, of course, for the MSR team. Led from pole position. Now find themselves in 9th after being 36th place at one point. Brands Hatch certainly proven to be one of the cruelest of mistresses, that is for sure. Let me just find what I'm looking for. There we go, perfect. Zagdal trying to catch up to Belotti. He's got Pereira just ahead of him. He's going to need to blue flag past first. Pereira in 18th. Zagdal in 14th. Romano still within half a second. Martin still with the fastest lap. And Senator with that 15-second penalty. He's 13 seconds behind Romano with 15 minutes left to go. As you all may or may not know, this is the FRL Endurance Series Season 2. This is round number 3. So far, Kyalami Monza. And in 15 minutes, Brands Hatch will be in the history books. Next time out, it is April the 22nd. 24 hours of Watkins Glen. Surely they've got to get some range on that race. Then it'll be May the 27th for Spa and Bathurst. June the 24th with Imola in August. Indianapolis in September. Silverstone in October. Suzuka in November. And 4 hours of Zandvoort on December the 2nd to finish off the series of one-off endurance races. The results will be tabulated, of course, but as I say, it's a single event. It's one-off events that are overly tabulated once you get to the end of the series. So we'll see at the end which team has the best results. At the moment, GTR Masters 3.1 seconds then the gap. So that is just closing in ever so slightly. Sergen absolutely flying. They'll be hoping that Christoph gets held up in some traffic. Let's see. 2.9, so he's found another 2/10 then. He's certainly looking to make this one interesting. Ooh, kicks up a bit of dust, just goes past the back marker there. Christian Romano of Eclipse Racing still trying to find 5th place with his teammate Zach Dahl, then closing up on Bellotti to try and take 13th. Every car on the track pretty much dealing with blue flags as well. You can see a couple of Porsches just ahead of these two. Into Surtees. Has Romano got the exit there? That did look like a good run through Surtees, but there goes the Audi under acceleration down Pilgrim's Drop, even with the slipstream. Manages to just stretch that gap out ever so slightly towards the braking zone and maintains it. Really is looking a big ask for Romano at the minute. More dust being kicked up again. The exit to Sheen. So many cars having problems with it today. It is unbelievable. It's amazing how that happens. And I guarantee you that a lot of the drivers that have had issues at that corner, I guarantee that was a corner that they never had issues with in practice. That is just, that is the way sim racing goes. You perfect an entire course there out of no place. A corner you've never had an issue with sends you into the shadow realm. Sheens is the one for that today. Need some rain to sort that dust out. Indeed, could not agree with you more. As Bellotti still trying to find his way past Zach Dahl, then Zach Dahl getting the defensive job done that he needs to. Williams up to 24th. So he did get a couple of overtakes done. 24th place then for the FRL car. We'll definitely get the top 20 when we get the final results. We'll see what the timer is like other than that. Okay, so that gap now the biggest we've seen for a while between Romano and Nachira. Would suggest it could be to do with the blue flag traffic they're making their way through. Oh, and that's a big run off track by the Porsche. That's Gasolina. Oh, and there's contact. There is contact there. Didn't really look like there was much that Romano could do about that. It seemed to be more, that was a reaction, I can pretty much guarantee it. He nails that one beautifully, then into Sheen, the two cars ahead. Get themselves all kind of out of shape. Romano. Oh, yeah. That has to come to a complete stationary stop. And Senatore, no, he isn't. Oh, he is getting close then. It's just as well he's got that fifth, or just as well for Romano, he's got that penalty. But Nachira then still in 5th. Romano still in 6th place. Big applause to Romano for waiting through sportsmanship. Indeed. Yeah, to be fair, on Romano, couldn't exactly say that. But if you do rear-end someone in the braking zone, much like if you rear-end someone in motor racing, or if you're in the car out on the road, automatically is your responsibility. But he was reacting to what happened ahead, so hard to say it was really his fault. And just, concertina effect into the corner. But he did hold his brakes firmly and give the position, or didn't take the position. And it's brought Senatore to within 3.2 seconds. And I tell you as well, Johnny Manarm. Yeah, he's closing in on Alleman. What a drive this would be. That's the McLaren. They've just gone past there, FRL McLaren. But Manarm, could they get themselves up in the 8th position? What a comeback that would be from 36th to 8th place. Not too shabby at all. Certainly looking on the cards. Romano and Nachira. Sickens out round 72 between these two. Romano still trying to get that top 5 position with 8 minutes left to go. We've already seen he's going to have his work cut out for him getting that overtake done. Yeah, can't get it done with 8 minutes left to go. Manor as well. We're going to have to keep a close eye on this one. Yeah, after setting pole position, it was certainly looking good for him to finish on the podium. It was only a 10th, as I mentioned, separating the top 3 cars in qualifying. Incredibly close. But 2 of them, in fact, setting identical times. 1 minute 22.555. Absolutely does not get any closer than that. I mean, it couldn't. But yeah, at the moment, half a second separating them from another few points. It's Alaman that's going to have to defend that one willfully. And Nachira still defending as well. Great battle between himself and Romano, it has to be said. Great sportsmanship as well. At 1.4 seconds is the gap between Sergeant and Christoph. And that is Natazio in the Audi, who is well down the order after that extra trip into the pits. Very quickly gets himself out of the way. Oh, picked up a penalty as well. Car 111, yes. They did pick up a penalty. But yeah, down to 31st position. Certainly belays the pace that they are capable of. Michael Firth. I was watching him looking like he was going to get 31st into 30th. He's got Villa Scusa. He's got that overtake done. And he's got Prahastia behind him as well, actually. So that overtake was done there. There's a bit of damage on Prohaska's car, actually. Oh, into turn number 1, very easily done. The BMW running out wide. That damage certainly not helpful. Michael Firth up into 28th position. So great solo effort there. Phenomenal solo effort by anyone that's done this one single-handedly. 4 hours, not easy to do on your own. I've only commentated for the 4.5 hours, and I know that I've needed a couple of quick breaks. So, well done to those that have got that done. And here we go. I thought this might happen with about 12 minutes left on the clock, but it is with 5 minutes left to go. Unbelievably close between the top 2. Christian Romano find themselves with a bit of separation to Nashira, making their way through the traffic, but Sergeant and Christoph now having to go full defensive mode then. Alex Martin still the fastest driver on track with that 1 minute 23.3, 2 to 3 tenths quicker than most of the rest of the top 5, and it's, oh, here we go, 5 minutes left to go. It is Crazy Fly versus the GTR Masters, BMW versus Aston Martin. 5 minutes left on the race clock, and this is for the lead. After 4 hours 55, these two can be separated by no more than 3 tenths of a second. They've got blue flag traffic to make it through as well, and one of the tightest, twistiest courses in British motorsport. Full stop into Stirling's. And on the way out, that is Bintang just ahead of them in the Aston Martin as well. A lot of lights flashing from the race leader. Could have been slightly more predictable there. It is hard being a blue flag car, but trying to get out of the way mid-corner. 99% of the time that will cause absolute carnage. Always best to do it on the straight. Oh, Daniel Sergeant, look how close he's getting on the exit of turn number 1, right on that apex into turn number 2. The BMW is going to have to take the defensive line. The Aston tries to open up the corner to get a good run down the hill. He knows he needs his time this. Isn't necessary. He isn't going to be able to go side by side through Graham Hill. Could potentially get someone done on the Cooper Straight, but it's better to be closer through Surtees. Much longer straight and a much easier overtaking opportunity at the bottom of Pilgrim's Drop. I'm really forgetting my words here at the minute. And they are on to Pilgrim's Drop. They both got the Surtees that they needed, and Christoph will maintain the 3 tenths as they come into the triple right-handers from hell. Don't want to curse with the commentator this, but they are very close, coming to the end of the tyres as well. A slightly longer stint out on these tyres for Sergeant. Shouldn't make too much of a difference though, but he has absolutely closed that gap. So yeah, it's one thing being quick, but being consistent, that's going to bring you home the race results. Romano's still unable to find a way past Nachira in the Audi. Sergeant still battling with Christoph. We're going to stay right on this battle. In fact, we'll have a quick look at Romano, see how close he is. Yeah, a bit of a gap there. Let's just stay up at the front though. Don't want to miss any of the action between these two. Separated by 0.3 of a second after almost 4 hours of racing. Not too shabby at all. Bit later on the brakes there. There's Natazio in 31st just behind them. Of course, the car just behind them got the potential to be running in the top 10. Just race didn't work out the way they would have hoped. Into Surtees and on the way out once again down into Pilgrim's Drop. Half a second separating these two. Two short minutes to go. Manarm is up to 8th then, so he did get past Aleman. Great drive there. Senatore is going to lose out potentially to Manarm. He's got that 15 seconds, so we'll see what happens come the end of that one. What is the gap? Oh no, it's well over 15 seconds that gap is now actually. So Senatore should hang on to 7th position. But yeah, nonetheless, great drive by Manarm and the MSR team. Despite getting knocked from pole position right back down to 36th, they've made their way into the top 10, 8th position. There is one of the Advisor cars. Very quickly getting out of the way there. Beautifully done. Down the hill, Graham Hill bend, onto the Cooper straight, into Surtees once again. Using as much AstroTurf as they can on that outside edge into Surtees. Look how much later on the brakes that Aston Martin is. Right on that inside curb. Oh, does he run too wide? Oh, he's not. Very close. That is a wider line in that corner than I would take. That is for sure. Having 2 tyres on the AstroTurf and your foot on the loud pedal. I'll pass. Thanks very much. Say it again. Absolutely no fear there. 7/10 is now the gap. 39 seconds left on the race timer. So we're going to get one more lap. Romano 8/10 off Nashira in 5th place. Dipolito in 4th position. Great drive by Keddy and himself there. And Alex Martin as well. Silently flown under the radar. I did say early in the race we were watching battles outside the top 10 that could be for podium positions. If I'm being honest, Alex Martin's car was not one I envisaged being in that battle. Just because of the battles that we had. But he now finds himself on that podium, and we find ourselves with a grandstand finish. 2/10 separating the top 2 as they start the final lap. The BMW takes the defensive line into turn number 2, and he's avoided leaving space for the cutback down. So Aston Martin's going to stay on the outside. Down the hill into Graham Hill bend once again. What do they do on the Cooper straight? They stay as you were. 2.5 still separating them. Into Surtees, down at Pilgrim's Drop. This is the race lead being battled for after 4 hours of racing, and it's the Aston Martin that's applying all the pressure at the BMW. Sergeant versus Christoph. Unbelievable drive from both these teams to find themselves in the position that they're in. Romano still trying to get his way past this Shira, but we're going to stay right on board with this battle. Obviously, less than 2.5 now separating them. Will they both successfully make it through Sheens? We've seen so many cars come a cropper through this corner. They've both made it through. The BMW has a bit of an unsettled wiggle then. There's going to be nothing separating them across the line to come into Stirling's and on to Clearway, the Aston Martin. Oh, and the BMW's run wide. The BMW's run wide. He's lost momentum. We're going to be side by side into the final turn round Clark Corner. A little bit of contact between the front wheel of one car and the back wheel of the other car. But the BMW has held the inside line. Natazio almost getting himself involved. There's going to be about 1/10 of a second separating them. But the BMW GTR Masters has won the race. What a finish from Ben and Christoph. Unbelievable, Jeff. Daniel Sergeant finishes in second place. Incredible racing from both of these teams. And massive congratulations to Project Reborn. With everything that was going on, they've flown right under the radar and got themselves the fastest lap and a podium to boot. De Polito for Eclipse Racing Esports. He's finished in 4th place. Nachira did hang on, although it's a grandstand finish again. They've got a blue flag car just in front of them. I think Romano will remain in position, although there was going to be a bump draft situation across the line as Romano. 1/10 of a second separating Nachiro from Romano in the top 10. Senatore. What a race from them in the Ferrari to make their way back as well, despite the penalties. 7th place on the cars, and another team with a phenomenal comeback drive, Johnny Manor. And there is the rain. Is that a wind-up? Sorry, most unprofessional thing I've ever said there, but the rain literally as the checkered flag falls. Giles Alaman did finish for the Mission Spin Now team in 9th place, and it was Luke Barnard for FDSR finishing in 10th. Dominic Ingle in the Gulf Island Brew Racing team in 11th. Dan Davis for Simply Play in 12th. Then it was ERS finishing in 13th. Belotti, whose car looked like Crazy Fly, can't remember the team name off the top of my head now, and 14th. Skilmani in 15th. Hill for the FRL team in 16th. Chris Schneider for Project DK in 17th. Pereira for the Raccoon Racing team, the Red, in 18th. Viale in 19th. And Furman rounding out the top 20. What a race. Woo! Let me just do that and we'll get some replay action on the screen. Incredible stuff. Right, everyone, catch your breath if you can. Good luck with that. Yeah, that was incredible stuff. I'm just grabbing some, catching my breath and grabbing the highlights. Woo! 4 hours of racing, and there was 2.5 tenths separating first and second, and less, and just on a tenth separating 5th and 6th. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why I get out my bed to commentate. Absolutely love it. Some amazing driving by the teams right through the field, and incredible grandstand finish there at the right at the end. Where's my live screen? There we go. I'm all flustered. That was absolutely incredible. So, yeah, massive congratulations to Christoph Sergen and Martins bringing home those podium positions. That's Kyalami, Monza, and Brands Hatch in the bag. But do not fear. As I was saying, there is a lot more to come from these one-off series of races. As I say, it's a series of one-off races, but there is an overall total that is kept. Let me just find... There it is. Yeah, what a finish. What a finish. You can see some of the lap 1 action. That was 4 hours of Brands Hatch. Next up is April the 22nd. 24 hours of Watkins Glen. Then May the 27th. 6 hours of Spa. We've got 12 hours of Bathurst on June the 24th. And then from August... August is Imola. September is Indianapolis. Silverstone in October. Suzuka in November. And 4 hours of Zandvoort on the 2nd of December to finish that one off. If you do want to get yourself signed up and take part in the races, as I say, it's not so much a championship, just a series of one-off events that are grouped together. There is... you can, of course, enter on the SimGrid website. There is the link if you should need it. But yeah, incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. I didn't see any falls or anything come through, so if any of the falls of that did come through, thank you to everyone that's jumped on the FRL bandwagon. Hopefully you have enjoyed today's action. The mere tip of the iceberg with some of the stuff they've got going on here at FRL. So jump onto SimGrid, get yourself signed up. PlayStation 5 and PC Racing. And with racing like this, why would you not want to get involved? Massive thank you to all the sponsors. You can see along the bottom there, and of course the SimStaff QR code to get on board with their new newsletter. This was FRL Endurance Season 2, Round 3 at Brands Hatch. My name was Double O Raven. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I'm off for a lie down in a darkened room to catch my breath. And until we all meet again, have a great rest of your weekend. Stay safe. Good night.